Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of the religions. And we have a guest, my brother in God and in life, Joel.
Hi.
Peace and respect, sir. Hi, how are you, sir?
Doing very well. Just a little, doing very well. I tried to spruce up a little bit. I'm working from home today, so thankfully you can't smell across the internet yet. How are you?
I'm better than I deserve, and I
Amen.
don't think that's
Amen.
going to change. I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
don't.
My only problem in life is I met the woman of my dreams overseas, and the United States government is broken to bring her
Is
home.
what?
It's broken. The immigration system in America. It's very frustrating. So.
And by broken, you mean she can't get here very easily? Is that what you mean?
Not for probably a year. Yeah, the entire U.S. immigration system, and I don't know if you feel like talking about it or not. I've learned more than I would ever care to have known, but
I
yeah, that's
tried
not
to
good.
help somebody or did help somebody through the process of becoming a citizen of the United States. It is quite a process.
Which visa program did they go through? May I ask?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea whatsoever. I just helped them study and talk to them
Okay.
about understanding English and the way that they were saying. I'm sure they sent or are going to send this CD to your woman that there's like a study guide for American history and the necessary things. I don't think they're necessary, but it's I think it's like, how serious are you?
Well, the good news on our situation, so she's from the Philippines, and she and her entire family, most of her culture, love America. They're raised in American culture, and I think she knows more about America than a lot of Americans that I've met know. And she's spoken English all her life. In fact, she's helped relatives of hers who got married to foreigners, like in Britain. She was helped as a translator, stuff like that. And remarkably enough, she used to work at call centers that would do political survey calls to Americans. So she has been exposed to probably the best and the worst of American culture. She has quite some
Probably
stories.
so. Sounds like that'd be about right.
Yeah, no, it's just that's my only problem. If I feel like I'm literally living in paradise. I got everything I could possibly ever want, except being with my wife. So
Well, in the case of true love, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
this is fun
Now, if
enough.
it's not true love, it'll end up in split up. It'll break up, but just the same.
Agreed. Yeah. So what's been on your mind? You're intellectually starved. I totally relate.
I've been frequenting other people's channels and seeing what's going on there and having some interactions. And I have to say, I'm less than impressed
Yeah.
by the quality of conversation out there on YouTube. I I don't understand when there are so many important things. Peace and respect, Panelverse, Chris Mike, and the Christian Carpenter. Thanks for dropping by, guys. Please do that algorithm stuff. I'm not going to mention it again. Um, the level of conversation out there and the amount of drama, even in a majorative male panel, just seems like, wow, do we have nothing better to discuss? Is there nothing more important than this? I mean, just anti-intellectual, over emotionalized. Peace and respect, King Bluto. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
YouTube content that I see all over the place.
I don't think it's related or exclusive to YouTube, man. I travel the social media, whatever spheres, and yeah. I've been frequently Facebook debates mostly. A lot of scientific stuff, and the nanotechnology and information science stuff that I talk with is a little more interesting. But then I try to share with people debating, like, evolution and creationism and stuff like that, and those are just mind-bogglingly dumb cesspools on both sides. It's so frustrating the amount of low information there is today.
What do you think of my assertion? And I blame this all on prayer, because frankly, I couldn't have cared less. But these things came to me just the same, even when I didn't care about them and wasn't interested in them whatsoever. What do you think of the assertion that there is contained within the Bible necessarily a a claim of some kind of an evolutionary process, but then interference by intelligent, referred to in that part of the text as Elohim, on the genetics of the human animal? I should be more specific. On the genetics of Homo erectus to make Homo sapien. And the warning that was there that said to the king of that land, who is an Elohim, unfortunately translated to God, the warning to him that if he kept messing around, you could say monkeying around with the genetics of this creature, he was going to end up with something that could dethrone him. What do you think about the overall assertion?
You're instantly reminding me of Frederick Hoyle's quote about how someone's monkeying around with physics. This is a confession of God. But yeah, I'd love to see these biblical references, but I'm one of those crackpots, I guess. I aiming to misbehave. I'm wearing my Firefly shirt today, but about what 10 years ago, 15 years ago almost, I started to get hired into bioinformatic fields, right? And started to be asked to try to reverse engineer some chemical processes found in all cells and all DNA. And that forever destroyed my ability to presume anything in biology is not technology. It's not advanced artificial technology. And since then, it's just gotten worse and worse. I've learned. I've been coding for 40 years. I'm a master AI, machine learning, adaptive programming guy now. I've done MEMS research. I know how nanotechnology works. I've got my first undergrad was actually in chemical engineering, so I know how all the molecular biology. I've got all this knowledge of how all this technology works, right? And so it's scientifically, literally impossible. And I know you're not supposed to say that in science, but
well, the likelihoods of a naturally occurring process resulting in something like the animal you, I mean, the decimal point and then the zeros that come before the one are a lot of zeros.
Yeah, I'll quote Roger Penrose on that, his singularity theorem, but it's beyond that even. It's so, for example, I used to debate, and I still debate, I guess, unfortunately. Did a lot of research into what's called the RNA world theory, if you've heard of that.
I have briefly, not much.
Yeah, I'm very knowledgeable about it, and a lot of the people, I guess, quote on my side, that do the research with me, fellow information scientist guys, I helped create the summary to the RNA world, the idea that RNA could self-replicate, which has been falsified, by the way. The papers that were published, I've got the citations, were retracted, because not only was it fraud, it was never replicated, pun intended. But RNA is what I, as an information scientist, as a coder, would describe literally as a packetized codec, compression, decompression, information transfer protocol technology. It's almost identical to Ethernet, if you're familiar with that. Ethernet has what's called headers and footers that helps direct which way the packets go down the traffic on the information superhighway. RNA has what
I imagine there would have to be. I'm not familiar, but I imagine there would have to be that system.
Yeah, so this is my profession. I can go into whatever depth anybody wants to go into it. The biology term for the packetized version in DNA or in RNA is headers. Headers are called promoter regions, which helps direct or promote which way the RNA work, which subcomponent of the factory floor it goes to, and then it has a terminator region where the RNA is pre-programmed to tell the factory module that it goes to when to stop or what to do.
Right.
What so there
And
are
were that not the case, your liver would attempt to be any size.
or anything. Yeah, it's part of
Yeah.
how that's how cancers form. Yeah. But yeah. So the summary, I'm starting to go on, and please pause me if I do, because again, I'm a big nerd, as you know. The summary is that for the idea that RNA could self-replicate, first of all, and form DNA and to form life, biology as we know it, is literally worse than the assumption that something far vastly more complex than the entire internet, which guys like me, even I don't even know how complex the internet actually. I can explain how things work on the internet, but something more complex than the entire internet could have made itself without computers. That's RNA world. So if you've got faith that the internet can write itself without people, without computers, then by all means, then you can believe you're a talking monkey evolved from magic soup, I guess. I don't know.
Now, I hold, and I hope you'll have a good argument for me.
Sure.
I hold that there must have been some planet somewhere where an abiogenic process could have happened. So what you're saying is that the complexity of these things requires an intellect that preceded them. That's what you're basically saying, right?
Not only me, but the gentleman, the primary scientist. Let me see if I can share it for you. I got all kinds of wonderful memes. Again, I do this. I've been doing this for too long. How do I share a meme? I forgot. Present.
Yeah.
Hey. Share screen. Share slides. What? Share screen. Frederick Hoyle. He is the guy credited for coming up with what's called the pangenesis theory that you just described.
I'm not seeing your share.
I'm working on it while I'm talking.
Okay, sorry.
I gotta get the meme. I gotta do. I'm talking while I'm getting it ready for you.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Rattle on then.
Yeah. So pangenesis theories. That's what you just mentioned. Says that nucleotides and key amino acid chains were somehow preformed on the backs of crystals, and all kinds of wonderful theories for that, and were annihilated or partially annihilated from planetary ejecta, asteroids, and landed on the Earth as meteorites. And the symptom or the evidence of that is that there are two, and I forget which two, amino acid chains found on meteorites out of the four that are not amino acids, but the nucleotide chains.
Okay.
There's four in life, which is what we call universal information, which is a whole other thing. Two of them have been found on asteroids. So the assumption is the other two came from somewhere. And so not only is there all kinds of flaws and better explanations how that is not the case, but if I could find this stinking meme, I'll show you.
So that's the idea of like a non-directed, naturally occurring, abiogenic panspermia sort of a thing. Yeah.
Yes.
That's generally what that would say. Okay.
Yeah, panspermia, pangenesis.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, I've got too many memes. Fred Hoyle. Yeah, he's good that said that. And he
start making directory folders.
I did. I've got 4 main memes of Hoyle.
Okay, you have to break them down more then.
Yeah.
Just too many if you can't find it.
Well, I'll just share the one, I guess, just for the fun of it. But
okay, today, guys, I've put the link to the StreamYard I've pinned that to the top of the chat. However, I'm going to be very, very selective. We're going to stay on topic, and we're not going to let it change very often. We're not going to just do free thought associations and carry on as normal, because Joel has, and I myself have several times just not wanted to continue, lost faith in the conversation when it has morphed too far too quickly and we didn't actually establish anything. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, no, I just love the way you describe things. It's make me laugh. Yeah, the patience to try to wait.
Well, I want to nail something down and let it become either fact or fiction,
And by the
before
way,
moving on to the next thing. People want to move too fast.
no, I agree. Right. They want to talk more than listen. And thank you, Bro Joe. It's a really high compliment. That's something that a lot of us in my fields talk about, is that, like Einstein said, if you can't explain something simply, it means you don't understand it well enough. And so
True.
It's our
This
challenge.
is why I hate when religious leaders say that's a mystery of the faith. That only means they don't understand it themselves.
Agreed. Yeah. Tell us why you believe things like the Bible says. Don't just give us blind faith. But yeah, so we'll challenge ourselves often to say, okay, if we can get a kindergartner to understand, plasma physics, for example, then that means we're doing good. Yeah. So
I got a preschooler to understand the three basic laws of logic and give examples of them in real life.
Nice. I don't doubt it. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the best commercial AIs that we have right now are working on the IQ level, at least the intelligence, similar to a 5-year-old. So, and then they're very advanced. So, yeah. For a 5, of course, there's that whole show. Are you smarter than a 5-year-old? Right.
Right.
Was a show from
Which that's not really the question of the show. That's the premise, but then they don't ever address it. What they really mean is, do you remember what you learned when you were 5? And usually the answer is no.
So yeah, so Hoyle, he's the Panspermia guy, and this is what he was saying. And he started as an atheist. I've got all kinds of amazing quotes from him, and he did his best. He actually presented and for lack of a better word, invented several of some of the best hypothetical scientific theories for abiogenesis, from stellar nucleosynthesis to carbon-12 formation to pangenesis or panspermia, we're going to call it. There's a bunch of things that were his work specifically, and over the years he started to realize, hey, this is a little too impossible to happen, ex nihilo. And so
would you please bring that back up, and would you read the quote that you were referring to? You never did, and I don't think I could read it. Possibly some of the audience could not either.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hold on. Did I close it? I did. Hold on.
I don't know what you did. But I just assumed when you brought it up, you were going to read it, so I never asked.
I'm sorry. I'm this crazy super computer expert nerd, and I can't even get YouTube to. Here we go. The likelihood of the formation of life from inanimate matter is 1 to a number with 40 noughts after it. It is big enough to bury Darwin and the whole theory of evolution. There is no primeval soup, neither on this planet nor any other, and if the beginnings of life were not random, they must therefore have been the product of purposeful intelligence. Right away.
Thank you.
I got an even better, more powerful quote. I have to.
Now I disagree with him.
Oh, please.
And here's why. There has been limited success not in making a cell. I think every attempt to make an RNA strand or a pre-ancient cell type is a bunch of bullcrap, because they have a goal in mind, and they're working artificially to make that goal happen. Doing things like if I have reaction A through D, and that's going to result in a sphere of lipids, for instance, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that's fine. But how much material did it take you to actually make that one? And how much refined equipment and refined materials did you expend in order to make that? And would that apply in real life? So they'll do things like they'll use up 5 pounds of material that was well refined and chemically manufactured in the first place, and they'll get a result of 0.0001% of that total weight in something that's viable. Then they'll assume that, as if you don't have to multiply times 10,000 that amount of material refined in order to get that result each time that you do it, and move forward with it like you can just assume that would happen. That's that's just bad thinking.
Yep. This is my meme for that. Once we prove how to create life, we will finally prove that life wasn't created. Ooh, I got a joke too.
Yeah.
I got some humor for this one too. Where's that? Science. Scientists talking. In fact, this is a picture that I took. I was helping a company that was.
You know, if you search in what you already shared, if you just change the address bar and bring up something else, you don't have to stop and reshare things.
These are pictures in my hard drive.
Well, then just switch to a different picture instead of sharing and unsharing. It'll just be easier for you.
Do you like to open here? Okay. So anyways, I was helping a company that was moving. They were moving across town, and they had this old IT department shared in the building, and a bunch of filing cabinets, and we were moving them, and I found this whatever piece of paper taped to the side, meshed between two filing cabinets that were hidden there for God knows how long, and it was so awesome I had to take a picture. God is sitting in heaven when a scientist says to him, "Lord, we don't need you anymore. Science has finally figured out a way to create life out of nothing. In other words, we can now do what you did in the beginning." "Oh, is that so? Tell me," replies God. "Well," says the scientist, "we can take dirt and form it into the likeness of you and breathe life into it, thus creating man." "Well, that's interesting. Show me." So the scientist bends down to the earth and starts to mold the soil. "Oh, no, interrupts God. "Get your own dirt." Sorry. I guess that was funnier to me.
But I like that. I've heard it before.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just copying what God already did, In fact, Dr. Tor, he gets in a lot of trouble. He's one of my favorites too. He's another inorganic chemist. I love his analogy when he talks about this on stage. That was it called? There's a word for what you used. The protocell theory.
Yeah,
right?
Protocell. Yeah.
They're literally taking the nucleosome out of one working cell already, and then taking the one out of another cell, and then taking the already pre-designed nucleosome, putting them together. In his analogy, he said he used to work on cars when he was in high school. He says it's like taking a car engine out of one car, putting it into another, and say, "Hey, look, I made that car." Just dumb. That's literally the level of like you said, the anti-intelligence or intellect a lot of these people have to justify faith that we were randomly not designed. I guess I don't know.
Now, I still think that it's plausible. Not in I never finished the idea. Oh my God, I started an idea, never finished it because we got off on something else. Hate that.
I've got lots of time.
I know that the Yuri Miller experiment in what was that, the 50s or whatever, did produce actual proteins, but the environment was impossible to this Earth.
My understanding is that it created a mixed chirality of amino acids, but not proteins. But go ahead, though. I know your point. The prelude to proteins.
That's. I'm going to have to review it again. It's just been simply too long for me to comment on whether or not you're more accurate, and you probably are. But
the point is still the same. Go
ahead. The point is this: some very, very quote unquote simple building block of life was created. Now it was 50% left-handed and 50% right-handed, and real life can only use left-handed, can't use right-handed.
And if I may, if you're not interjecting, not only is all life designed to use exclusively left-handed amino acids, but also only right-handed sugars, which is another mind-blowing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's just like I can't make my hands match like this because my thumbs face in opposite directions. You can't stack hands unless they're all lefts. So that's a simple way of putting it. They just won't bond together and create anything. Okay, so not only did the Yuri Miller experiment make 50% trash, it made 50% trash in an environment that was 99.99% deadly to the trash.
Yes, sir.
That is like the La Brea tar pits, preserved flesh and bone for extended amounts of time. but simultaneously killed the animals. You can't have a protein that's alive, though preserved, in a tar-rich environment. It will not make it. The tar is going to kill it. And that's not even taking into consideration the problem of oxidation. Pi 314 wrote something. Check out Dr. James Torr for the Skinny on creating cells. Yes, I'm familiar with Dr. Torr's work, even that he has in his team, he and his team, not independently, not by himself, have actually made a microbiological machine that will select only cancer cells and destroy them one at a time, leaving non-cancerous cells completely untouched.
And he's not the first, by the way, if you want to go into that topic.
Oh, I didn't know that they weren't the first.
Yep. This again, I am a massive technology nerd. If you want,
I had no idea. I had no idea. Oh, okay, but going back just a minute there.
Sure.
I think the Bible is indicating that the Elohim, which did this change to what we would call cavemen, is probably what resulted in the number 2 fusion and the difference between us and just Homo erectus. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, and I would love to address everything you just said if you want to.
Yes.
Roll it down, but
that's the point.
Yep. The whole idea of what you just talked about, though, and there's all kinds of flaws with the Urey-Miller experiment and with everything else you talked about, the chemistry of it. It actually falsifies evolution theory. But again, Fred Hoyle came up with what's called the carbon-12 formation, which is necessary for life. And he did mathematical probability curves for it. Imagine 1,050 blind persons, each with a scrambled Rubik's Cube, and try to conceive of the chance of them all simultaneously arriving at the solved form. You then have a chance of arriving by random shuffling of just one of the many biopolymers on which life depends. There's billions. The notion that not only the biopolymers, but the operating program of a living cell could be arrived at by chance in a primordial organic soup here on Earth is evidently nonsense of a high order. And again, this is the guy that started those theories. So there's more than just the chemical, which, by the way, is completely falsified. I can go to the depths of that. But it's more than just the chemicals. It's the arrangement of the data, of the coding, the literal coding. But yeah, so Urey-Miller. So all they did, this is how amateur they were. Basic, stupid college level, failed experiment. All they did is they knew exactly how amino acids are made, right? And so they just reverse engineered it. Let's put a little bit of methane, put a little of this, a little of that. They didn't put any oxygen because they knew it, like you said, it would oxidize and destroy. And they gave it some, they heated it, they did the things that amino acids need, right? So they created, crappy amino acids. So not only do the left hand and right hand amino acids not create life, or they're not used for life, but they are also self-annihilating. Left-handed amino acids dissolve when they're mixed like that. And then they don't even bother to pretend to even touch on the chiral sugars. The DNA molecule, as well as the RNA, they need both. You need both amino acid and glucose molecule, molecules to be able to form the spinning backbone. And you can't have one without the other. So not only did that failed experiment only make half of the precursor chemicals to make DNA, but it doesn't even bother to pretend to try to identify the other half, and then both of them contradict each other. There's the chirality.
By contradict each other, I understand that both are necessary.
Mm-hmm.
They're fundamentally necessary to have an RNA strand. However, what do you mean? What do you mean when you said they contradicted? What's that? That didn't make sense to me.
Again, it's called the chirality problem. You already touched on it. The left and right hand acids and sugars, when mixed together, dissolve. They it takes a little while, but it's a contradictory. You can't mix these amino acids for them to be able to react to anything else. They contradict each other and they dissolve. They lose their chemical cohesion slowly. So if it took
Well, that's
whatever
interesting. I never
years,
thought about that.
yeah,
Yeah,
basic
acids and
chemistry.
sugars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it took whatever, that's why the RNA world now they speculate. Well, maybe it all happened within a microsecond. Whenever some chemical on the bottom of the ocean near, and I'm not. I might sound funny or stupid, but this is literally in their literature. From a hot oceanic
Volcanic vent.
yeah, and then instantly within milliseconds, because that's what it requires to be able for these chemical bonds to form, transferred itself somehow to the bottom of a land volcano under ice. And I'm not kidding you. That's literally the theory now.
Now that's a faith position right there.
It's it's pure miracle.
I once attempted to make a drawing of what would be necessary for the Yuri Miller experiment to happen in a natural environment, and it turns out to be quite ridiculous. Here's what you would need: you need a saltwater body beside a freshwater pond. I don't know where you're going to find that. But you can't have intermingling between the two water bodies.
Well, that exists in nature, I think. Yeah.
It might. Perhaps there's a rock with a hollow in it, and the ocean water doesn't soak through, and the ocean water never splashes, because they need to be really close together, probably within 20 yards to 20 feet of each other, something like that. You need a constant twister that happens for 2 weeks. I don't know of a twister that wouldn't move for 2 weeks and stay there and maintain stability. You need an oxygen-free environment, right? For those same reasons we already spoke about. You need a lightning bolt to go down through the twister, hitting into the saltwater body. You need what was it? Ammonia and methane as the atmosphere, and then the twister needs to suck up and spit the amine proteins out into this freshwater body and away from the tar that's produced.
Yeah. So the freshwater meeting saltwater does happen. The rest of that is crazy. I don't know if you're familiar with Fred Hoyle. You talking about a tornado? He's got a famous quote that he gets picked on for about tornadoes and junkyards.
I know that quote.
Yeah, I get that too. Yeah, you need far more than just water and salts and all the ammonias and stuff you talked about. And Chris, Mike, it's not just amino acids. That's the falsification of the Yuri Miller experiment, is that it requires a lot more than just amino acids. And highly specialized amino acids.
This is one of the and he lost connection. And that picture of the salt and fresh water not mixing, which cannot be observed from any landmass that I'm aware of, is greatly quoted by people who assign value to Quran that makes something that can be interpreted as that assertion. I'm not saying that that's what it's talking about. I'm saying some people read it that way.
Sorry, I closed the wrong browser, obviously.
Life happens. You're the first one to. I can't believe you did that. You're so inventive.
So much for a computer expert, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not the first nor the last that will do that.
So yeah, if you want to pick that apart more, I mean, there's far more left to what we already mentioned together. But if you want to go more into your
I've yet to do a literal translation of that section of the Bible. Okay, so here's the structure as I see it. Feel free to argue as always. I mean, I invite good argument, really. The name of this stream is because I'm hungry for good argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same. So I love your channel. Yeah.
So here's the structure as I see it. The beginning of Genesis, a very, very umbrella, broad, no details overview in the Garden of Eden of what angels are, where they come from, what's their relationship to man, what's man's and all of it from our perspective on this earth. What's man see from where he is, and what's his existential situation. So that's the beginning of Genesis, the Garden of Eden.
Okay.
And the Garden of Eden story ends with people knowing all of good and evil and given eternal life. That is the promises of heaven, and our ascension into heaven is when we are promised those things. So if it's consistent within itself, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden in that way represent all the time of mankind on this earth as men and women. That they are the archetypal representations of us even now. We are Adam and Eve in that way. And then it starts going into, after this kind of a syllabus, I think is the right word, it starts the lessons. And it starts with, of course, Cain and Abel, talking about dualism and the internal struggle of a person trying to overcome their materialism, which world they were born into, and choose spiritualism, which is an obviously greater, higher order, where you have demands of appropriate action, how to treat people, respect and praise and worship of God, things like this. And what is proper to do and what is not proper to do, and that struggle. And it just continues on like that, and it goes directly into the beginning lessons. And it starts very, very simple, and the lessons get more and more complicated. By the time you get to the story of Herod and the Jews that he had kept as slaves, which, by the way, historically did not happen. There was never such a time. Herod is a kind or a embodiment, I could say, of evil, and Elohim, the most powerful person in the land, in charge of all the land.
The king.
And you have the birthing cycle. What's that?
The King Herod.
Right. Well, that's, I mean, king and governor and lord are actually interchangeable words in the ancient Hebrew, to your point. Yeah, so he is essentially a lower G living God. Okay? And peace and respect, Steve. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for coming by. So there's a birthing cycle. Now, I understand that, machismo of the ancient Jews meant that they almost didn't mention women. I get that. But when it comes to killing off every Jewish baby born age 3 and younger, it should mention at least a little bit that there were girls killed too. But it doesn't. And I think it doesn't on purpose. I mean, women, the existence of women is mentioned in the Bible. The existence of young women is mentioned in the Bible, so it's not like they don't at least get mentioned. But killing what is perhaps tens of thousands of male children, genetically, the only way you could get that result is if you had genetically engineered them to be all males, which, by the way, against or maybe to the point of the wisdom of the writers, and I don't know who that was, of Jurassic Park, you don't want to make females. When you're experimenting with something and you're not sure if you want it to reproduce, you damn sure don't want to make girls. That's a bad idea. So they make only boys.
And once
the boys are old enough to be judged for their intelligence and effectiveness as slaves, they kill them all. And only one escapes, and of course, that's the story of Moses. Peace and respect to Generally Specific. Finishing up the video edit. We'll come in and listen soon. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so it gets into this detail. Now, the way that I see that is because of the prophecy that if they kept even selectively breeding, let's not even recognize the possibility that what it's talking about is genetic engineering. But even in selective breeding, if the selective breeding went on, you're going to end up with something that's going to take your throne. And Moses nearly does. So the prophecy was realized in the abilities of Moses, even if he never took the throne. And what do you say to that so far?
The first thought I had was that the English language, certainly probably the Hebrew and many others, do refer to humanity as man or mankind. So it's often includes the feminine. And yes, I was thinking throughout all the ages, even outside the Bible, the male population is typically used to social engineer. You know, Genghis Khan did it. The Chinese have done it this last century. Well, yeah, that's a long story. Yeah, the whole idea of trying to subjugate those who disbelieve the state religion is very common. Except
and what do you think of the idea that if they were all males numbering in some high count, in fact, anything over 49%, if you have more than a 49% birth rate of males, then there's some funky business going on there.
Funky business. My again, and I'm trying to entertain your theory at the same time, but my main thought was that the traditional man is the leader of the house, influencer of society. Not that women can't. Women are as well. They're the co-leader, but the idea to subjugate a state or society would be to subjugate the leaders. So
Yeah,
males
absolutely.
would be a natural leader. Yeah. So.
Well, I think that's why in that culture, males are mentioned more often. But throughout the text of the Bible, there is even 8 prophetesses of the actual God. So it's not like they're saying women can't be godly. They're not trying to say that. They're just saying it's rare. It's also rare that a man should be, by the way. There's lots of men mentioned who are not godly. So I don't think that's the point whatsoever, is to diminish women in any way. It's just that they're less likely because they're less they're more emotionally driven and less logically driven, and I just think that's nature and necessary. By the way, I think it's beautiful in its own right.
Yeah, I think that the New Testament verse that specifically says to treat your wife or women with respect, so your own prayers are hindered. But so you're trying to refer to genetic?
Yes, I think it's talking about genetic manipulation specifically.
Interesting. I have to think that through.
So the assertion is because the word Elohim doesn't have a moral assignment, it just means powerful beings, and that those powerful beings could be good or evil. It's not part of the definition or the idea of the word. You have to glean that from the context.
Okay.
And because the Elohim in that situation are actually doing evil things, like keeping slaves, slavery bad, okay? And that they're controlling of the believers, that is the quote-unquote Jews, the Israelites in the story, and keeping them as slaves and oppressing them and controlling them. And that without even mentioning the reactions of mom and dad to the birthing of Moses and how weird their reactions are, which are not assertions but things literally in the text of the story. That there must have been something, somebody monkeying around with the genetics. Would you happen to know, Joel? Peace and respect, Hank. Thanks for coming by. Would you happen to know, Joel, how regular it is to find orphan genes and a fusion of genes like the number 2 fusion in the rest of the animals on this planet? Is that a normal occurrence, or is that something a little more rare, or even specifically to us? Sorry.
No, it's
fill in the blank words.
Sure, it's not that it's necessarily normal or not. I'll explain in a minute, but I wanted to also add to your theory. My recollection of how war criminals like Genghis Khan and the Huns and others predominantly would mass murder the male population was because they did want their males from their culture, that their religion, whatever, to procreate with the other females, and that is obvious genetic engineering.
Yes,
But
it is.
as far as your question with the chromosome fusion, that is another scientific information science evidence that DNA is not random. It's what's called, in both the biologist terms didn't have anything better, so they literally stole it from software engineering. It's called polymorphism, if you've heard that term before.
I have.
So yeah, it's part of what we also call object-oriented programming, where you literally use identical code. Well, have you done any coding? Let me just ask that first.
No.
Okay. So you write code that is near identical or almost identical, like an ERV, for example, the shared virus codes in the chromosome fusions, that are what's called reinstantiated in software engineering terms, where you create multiple objects within your code that do different things, but are the identical code. And so that's how DNA works. DNA has a literal, super advanced polymorphic software engineering designed into it. And so that's where you see these fused, it seems like fused chromes or what chromosomes. That's part of programming. If you take an OOP design software, which almost all of our stuff is nowadays, and you decompile it, you will see identical code, just like you see in DNA, reused for different things.
Okay, so how often do we see this piece of code and this piece of code line up like this and become one part of code?
In DNA, it is relatively rare, I guess, but it's not the rarity that's the concern. Again, when you do it often in human code, we cut and paste all the time. In fact, that's the whole purpose of commercial AI these days. A Copilot and Gemini and all, is to help you cheat by copying other people's code and merging it into your own. So it's the same concept. God doesn't cheat as much. His source code is far better designed, is all. And so, but there are portions of God's code, I literally love to call it God's source code in genomes, that he splices from other code, just like we do in human code.
This is really interesting. Captive Desk claims that there are horses, or all horses, I don't know what he means, that have a chromosome fusion too. Now, if I say something like humans and horses have a chromosome fusion, what I'm implicitly saying there is that it's unusual to find a chromosome fusion.
Well, so again, it's the frequency isn't the thing, and the fact that it happens and it's functional is the important part. And so
no, I see the import of that.
Yeah, and so even with the genetic portion, the gender genetic thing you're talking about, I don't know if you know about this. You may know better than I do that all humans start female.
Yes.
When the egg is first fertilized, we all start as a female, and then there's chromosomal fusion that adds the pieces to the Y chromosome that makes us male. It's designed that way.
And grows the ring finger excessively.
Mm-hmm. Well, and other things, but yeah, the point is that there is it's literal. I like to call it literal, not figurative. Literal adaptive machine learning code modeling.
Yes,
where we do it in human code all the time. Well, guys like me at least, where you create models that your code can self-adapt itself using things like finite state machines and all, which is basically what an allele group is it's an FSM. And there's all kinds of ways to create a pseudo variety or an appearance of variety within your static code. And that's what DNA does. And if it goes outside of your pre-engineered, adaptive range parameters for how far you want your model to go, if something causes it to go beyond that engineered framework, it dies. Both in biology
and you would say something like not viable in its environment.
Well, I mean, we literally, even in my work, we literally say the code eats itself. It stops. It stops working. The models become useless. We have to start over, or start from
Oh, we have a longtime friend and atheist, and I would actually suggest that both of us answer to this. And if you like, Joel, can you read that, or you want me to read it?
What features would we look for in an undesigned thing? Undesigned would be chaos. Would be just mess. So, like I guess, again, Fred Hoyle's analogy of a tornado in a junkyard comes to mind again. Well, you see, that's the thing. Even in a junkyard, things were designed, and it become a random chaotic event. So, in fact, my second undergrad was my software engineering degree. The minor was in chaos theory, which is bringing to mind that basically states the more complex a system becomes, the faster it breaks down. So if something is not designed or is in a chaotic state, the more undesigned it is, the more it stays chaotic and unuseful or unable to be utilized. And then the more complex and designed it becomes, the harder it is to maintain that, including in biology. Because even DNA itself, and I don't know if this is another fun topic I like to get into often, Richard. DNA has, and this is how I got started in bioinformatics, pre-engineered, I call it cognitive AI subroutines written in DNA to literally auto-detect, self-identify, and correct code bugs, aka mutations.
Yes, it does.
That doesn't happen by accident. I'm sorry. It's very hard to do in human code. So that's design.
Design a computer program which auto corrects without hurting itself. Now, I'm willing to grant right now from the start of this part of the conversation that our autocorrect doesn't work perfectly, and that's why we quote unquote age. If our autocorrect worked perfectly, we'd be like some other 30 creatures on this planet, including a mammal, that effectively don't age. Peace and respect and welcome, Midnight.
And that's why crazy guys like me get hired to try to not only learn from, but adapt that kind of God's code.
Well, speaking of crazy guys, Captain Desk, I don't know where you heard that horses have the chromosome 2 fusion also, because they don't. I don't know where you got that. It would be nice for a source.
My understanding is almost every genome source code has some fusion in it. Almost all of them. A lot of hybridization, for example, particularly in plants and flowers.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the fusion between chromosome 12 and 13. This is why it's chromosome 2. Like the fusion happened between, I think it's 11 and 13 chromosome. Interesting. But yeah, it's that's definitely interesting. But I mean, it did caught my eye. It's like, oh, horses also have that. No. I mean, as far as Google tells me, no.
Might. I'll look it up.
And also, it's really interesting how unique of what a unique event it is to the primates, because obviously other primates don't have it, but humans do. So it's unique to us among the other primates, and it might have happened like 900,000 to 400,000 years ago, with a window of 1.5 to 400,000 years ago.
So here's the battle in my mind, and the only way that I can justify it, Midnight, is if what we're seeing here is a result, that is, if the claim is true that it was directed panspermia, which is the claim of the book of Genesis, and that we've been here for not so long of a time, much longer than 10,000 years, but not so long of a time as we can tell from the biological record, from the fossil record, etc., and genetic record. But this must have happened somewhere else, which makes good sense to me when I consider things like the failure of plausible ancient atmospheres of this Earth, but could have been plausible ancient atmospheres of some other Earth-like planet, then it seems to me justifiable to say something like there should be only a number 2 fusion in those things that were worth manipulating by those intelligences that started all of this fight in the first place.
So let me ask you this: out of all the primates they could have picked, they picked us.
Well, I think they picked like the genetic record suggests or demands, depending on how you look at it. I think demands. There was some kind of an ancient ancestor between us and the monkeys, the apes. All right, and that this branch that we would call, Homo erectus, cavemen, etc., was a very useful slave to those beings, which are literally not, they precede us chronologically in time, and were technologically evolved enough that they were in charge of, they were the dominant species on their planet, and they were using what I could loosely call cavemen as slaves. But that wasn't the end of their manipulation of the slave class, because as slaves freed them up to higher thinking and art and more technology, just like cows and dogs do for us, they eventually got to the point that they were scientifically advanced enough to start messing with genetics, which is why we see these weird, unexplainable things like the huge leap forward in intellect between ancient man and modern man, in epochs of time. And the fact that we, in terms of Earth ages, the animal Homo sapien sapien conquered and took over and killed off everything else really quickly. It was just not even a challenge. We consider things like all that they had was some basic stabbing weapons and some blunt force weapons, and that's all that they had. And we seem to have had almost instantaneously, comparatively speaking, buttons and closures. And what's that?
Sean is backstage.
I see that. I'm just waiting for his stuff to connect, because all I see is a blank screen there. If you see something different, so it seems to me that peace and respect, Sean, and welcome. I'll finish the thought and then I'll give you the floor.
I want to address what Michael said too. When I get a chance.
Right on. Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't even read it yet. Okay, which is good. It means the conversation is specific enough and deep enough that my brain is actually busy, and I really like that. And thank you, Midnight, as well. What happened there was they did manipulations to a slave class and created, as the prophecy in the Bible says, a slave that they could not keep control of. And the one surviving, they ended up in charge of 2/3 of government. That is all taxation and infrastructure. Dude, you got to trust one guy a bunch to put him in charge of 2/3 of your world. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, so
oh, good.
I don't think a lot of what you said that's correct, but I like to entertain it. This is fun for me.
Oh, good. What's the incorrect part?
Religion.
We're going to get back to Michael, but for now, since you're new on stage and you have apparently been listening, would you point out any specific incorrect part?
Well, that God created humans, and that we're. I didn't hear everything you said, but you're saying that we're there were slaves or something. The Stone Age people were slaves. Do you have evidence for that? Like archaeological evidence for that?
Okay, so I'm saying there's a difference between comparing a story to reality and comparing a story to itself. We both recognize that, yes?
Well, Babylonian and Persian Empire history is full of slavery. But
Well, there's plenty of slavery throughout the world, throughout time, but there's been plenty of that, and that's a real thing. But that's not even what I'm talking about. What was your name again? Sean.
Sean. Yeah. No.
Sean.
Who were the slaves? No. Who were the slave owners?
Okay. So Sean, it actually doesn't read the word God there. Okay, and I never said that it does because I know that it doesn't. It reads the word Elohim, which means powerful beings. It's right. The Hebrew. It's the plural of the Hebrew word Eloach. If it was trying to say a God monotheistically, it would have used the word Eloach. It does not, and that was available at the time. It uses the plural form Elohim, which means powerful beings. Now, on top of that, to make it worse, there is no moral assignment to the word Elohim. There are evil Elohim. There are good Elohim. Now, my assertion is because they were Elohim keeping slaves and that is evil, they are evil Elohim, which means that in an internal critique that I'm trying to do, it's actually talking about the Satan that did this, not our angels.
So Elohim means God, but you're interpreting it as Satan, like demons.
Plural gods.
It doesn't mean
I'm
God.
not an expert on this, sorry.
It's okay. I mean, if you want me to share a screen and show you literally that until Adam, there is no mention, there is no usage of the word God in the Old Testament at all. That's a common way to translate it. But there is no monotheistic God mentioned at all until Adam. That's when Yahweh shows up. Okay? And before that, it just says powerful beings. And you have to decide whether or not they're good or evil depending on what they're doing. And as Hank in the side chat has pointed out, Elohim is a plural. That's correct. So it can't be translated as a monotheistic singular God in the first place.
So whoever these demons or other people were in ancient times were enslaving others. And then there's genetic manipulation is the point.
Right. And I mean, at least in an internal critique, I believe that's what it's claiming. Now, does that seem to be evident in reality? Well, as far as I can tell, yes, it seems to be evident in reality in the way of orphan genes and the number 2 fusion that's obviously in us.
More than just number 2. There's a guy I used to talk to on Discord that
are you saying
details of over a dozen different, just quote, types of male DNA alone.
Go ahead, Sean.
These genes are demonic or something?
Oh,
changed
the genes are demonic.
No, the influence of the genetic history.
I think the anomalous fact that they exist shows that there was something going on that was unusual. I think that unusual thing going on was genetic experimentation by an off of this earth, highly advanced society, which in the Bible is called Satan and demons.
Right. Makes sense to me, man. And I'm reminded of the Human Genome Project. If you've seen their Out of Africa theory.
What about it?
There, I'll bring up the website. The idea that the first quote unquote mankind or humans. Here, they even got a nice little picture on their website here. All came out of the Sudan originally. So see if I can not close my browser this time.
See, the thing is, I think the Sudan actually happened on Satan's homeworld.
Okay.
What we think happened here, it just didn't happen here. It did happen.
Yeah. I love this picture. But they did a worldwide, global genetic trace project, basically, where you can literally trace your ancestors. You know, everybody knows about it now. You know, but 20 years ago, you submit your DNA. They can do an analysis to find. In some places, like in Great Britain, the people are so genetically whatever, whatever, that you can find out which street you lived on based on your genome, but they can find literal historic patterns and traces where people move from place to place, and then this is the map they came up with, and there's all kinds of details to it.
Do attempt to come back, Sean, when your connection is a little bit better.
Yeah, I closed the Red browser that time. So yeah,
of course,
here's the first free guy came from. Maybe is the theory.
Here's the part that you haven't had time to calculate that I'll just go ahead and present to you so you can tell me how crazy and stupid I am. What that would mean is that in our present form, Homo sapiens sapien, the creator of mankind is not Yahweh, but is Satan. Now, this has a lot of explanatory power as to why he thinks he has some kind of claim to us, why he wants us to be slaves to him, which seems evident in his efforts, and why he thinks his claim is righteous. Okay. So it really comes down to the argument from, and we could make this argument from our society right now using AI as an example of that. If we actually create an AI, is it ours? Well, if we were emotionless beings, I mean, if we created a new life form, an autonomous life form, is it ours? And I think to some extent we're responsible for it, but we couldn't say that it's ours. However, if it had gone the other way around, and the AI created us, and the AI doesn't have emotions, it only has logic, and it looked at us sheerly through the lens of logic, then literally we belong to it. So I think that's the argument. I think that's what's going on. I think that Satan's position is emotionless and 100% logical, where we, because of the animal that we are, which can't be understood by something of pure logic, have emotion and respect autonomy of an independent intellect.
First of all, if I may share my scientific observation, that you might be able to be crazy, but you'll never be able to be stupid. Second of all, yeah, you're basically suggesting Satan looks at mankind as his intellectual property.
Yes.
Very plausible, but the bottom line still, so whoever, quote, created or made mankind was still created, is the bottom line to my mind. God is the first cause, as Einstein put it. There's biblical science that talks about, angels or the devils, whatever, intermingled, had sex with humans. So yeah, this is all very plausible.
I find it actually surprising that definitionally these ideas are, word for word in the text, all of the definitions work for this as well. There is no...
Lewis, he's talking about...
What's that?
Oh, I was trying to interject. Lewis, straw man, that your claim, you're not talking about Yahweh, you were talking about AI.
Right, AI, or I was using AI as a comparative against Satan being absolutely emotionless.
Which I don't think there's no such thing as emotionless, especially for AI. As hey, how's it going, man? It's sociopathic.
You could say sociopathic. That'd be okay. That's fine too.
Which
I think the reason that I think it goes into the story of the Old Testament. The stories in the Old Testament go into great detail about the emotionless state, the lack of empathy, the inability to understand the idea of a God. In the story of Pharaoh and the releasing of the Israelites from slavery. And I don't know which Pharaoh it is. I guess it really doesn't matter, because I think it's referring to Satan there. That there is an occasion of a tradition where Christians have a tendency, because of what churches say, to think that God hardened Pharaoh's heart means God did something unjust to cause Pharaoh to not comply. Whereas when I read that, I read it more literally as that it is impossible for Pharaoh to understand God. That is, his heart was hardened to the entire idea of God and everything that it meant. And I think where it's using Pharaoh to represent Satan in that story, I think it's directly saying that Satan is essentially emotionless and cannot understand us and cannot understand why we would want a God or what that even means to us.
My interpretation was that Pharaoh closed his own mind because he believed in his own religion that he was literally God himself. He was worshipped as God by society.
Correct.
And that he had practical experience of manipulating, quote, other gods, including with Moses. You know, they had that battle with the Egyptian priests with Moses with the snakes and the sticks. And so every time, you know, the priests would do some magic trick, you know, Pharaoh would say, oh, I can do that. And so that's why Pharaoh couldn't understand or believe, or like as you point out, what God was doing for his people, because Pharaoh thought he was God, that he could do these things. How could this other God be more powerful than me? You know?
Right. B.S. Lewis, your memory is playing a trick on you. I would not make such a mistake as to say that Yahweh had that influence on mankind. That's not my belief system. But I would have said, and I think we could go back and find that I did say Elohim.
Yeah.
Now, because of your Christian community, I'm not saying it's your fault. Because of your Christian upbringing in your community, you think that Elohim means Yahweh. It does not. Elohim could mean an evil thing. And by the way, Christian indoctrination in society has also caused Dan Strait, peace and respect, thanks for coming by, to conflate the word the Father and Yahweh or God as being one personage. And there's a distinction between the two in their relationship to Christ. So you should think that the Father is not God. So when the Father shows emotion, you can't push emotions onto God. That doesn't actually rationally follow. Welcome to stage, Hank. Peace and respect,
Yes.
sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. No wonder you're not on camera. I can hardly tell you difference between you and Jack. Richard?
The difference between me and Jack? Well,
you
first...
you look the same, kind of.
Okay, first of all, no ponytail. Okay? And I have an untrimmed man's beard because I admit I pubed. And I do not believe, and Jack knows this, so I'm not speaking crap behind his back.
I know.
I do not believe that Christ is manifest in human beings with great intentions that are morally sound. I do not believe that. I believe that Christ is a person who shows up for end times and corrects ancient religions, making them accept that heaven is essentially spaceships owned by very, very ancient society of what are fully evolved human beings. That is, they will evolve no further. They are quote-unquote perfect.
I prefer your explanation of Christ is coming to destroy religions.
Yes.
Yes,
he comes to fulfill the word which destroys the religions. And I think, Sean, before your connection and before it fades again, you were in the middle of trying to say something, I think.
Oh, thank you for remembering. Yeah, I was saying, you think that demons change the DNA of humans, but how would you know the difference if it was God who did it or a demon? How would you know which is which using scientific method?
Same way.
Great question.
Yeah, really good.
If I may answer that.
Okay, so I'll have it first, and then you can take it.
Yeah.
You're welcome to take it as soon as I give mine. Okay, so between scars on genetic material and oddities like the number 2 fusion and orphan genes, I think it's evident that it works in an internal critique of the Bible. I'm only doing an internal critique. It works within that internal critique to say that these assertions made in the Bible are plausible in reality in the reading frame that I've adopted. Is that a good answer, or does that sound like a word salad to you?
I don't have that well of words, but I understand. Yeah, you're basically saying that you're implying that book. Yeah, okay. But I'm still not sure. It could be God. God could have done it.
God could have done it. Okay. Under Christian normal assertions about God and God's powers, then yes, that God could do anything. But I don't think that's being claimed in the story. I think that's just a tradition within Christian churches. And I would love Joel to give an answer as well. And then we want to hear from Generally Specific. He's been listening in and has some thoughts, I'm sure.
Yeah, and also, Sean, if you'd like, we can help troubleshoot your connection if you like.
My internet, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, I have I'm outside there in my car, but I don't think you'll be able to solve my internet. It's my data.
Let's get closer to a tower then. Yeah. Or find Wi-Fi. Yeah.
So you're basically saying that the devil changed the DNA before Adam and Eve of wild humans, of Neanderthals. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that there can't be an Adam and Eve until that change was made.
Yeah, he's saying that's the explanation for apes to man. From
Homo sapien from Homo erectus to Homo sapien sapien.
Right.
That change.
Neanderthal, from a lesser evolved species of mankind to where we are now. And my simple answer was, so again, I'm an information science guy, do bioinformatics. We manipulate God's code either directly in a computer. We literally upload and download God's code, or there's a myriad of genetic manipulation means, including through death and rape and all that crap that ancient man has been doing for thousands of years. DNA is designed to be modified.
Yeah. After genetically specific, I want to go at it.
Yeah. You'd be more than welcome, Hank. Todd, you have anything? First thoughts? Welcome, first of all, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot to think about. It's quite interesting how similarities or things that I don't necessarily believe in, i.e. coincidences, seem to appear. Synchronicities, I think, might be a better word. Now, I put something in the back chat, which I find to be kind of fascinating. You mentioned that we are allegedly or potentially the intellectual property of Satan. Now, I understand that this is for entertainment purposes only, is the caveat that this gentleman always puts down because he doesn't want to get canceled for trying to tell people.
I'm not seeing a link, brother.
It's not a link. It's a video that has the backstage.
You have a share screen. Cool.
Yeah, I have a share screen, and this was on Facebook, so so I'm going to go ahead and hit play, and I kind of want everyone's thoughts on it, if possible. Let me go ahead and make sure it goes all the way to the back or all the way to the front. Oh, hold on. No sound.
Elvis.
Duct tape production. Yes, it appears that it is Elvis, but this is going to be interesting, and we can completely jettison and ignore this, or we can talk about it after everyone else has their piece. We maybe can revisit it.
Have you seen this video where Elvis literally shapeshifts after he kisses this little girl?
From the Sioux Nation.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
And just for reference, before I let you watch his entourage run over and try to hide him from the camera, his normal eyes and what happened to his eyes after he kissed that little girl.
Yeah, we did. Somebody get the scarf. We'll take her.
Now, I don't think Elvis is a shape-shifting alien from outer space. Oh no, I think he's something much different. I think Elvis is an angel. In fact, I think Elvis might be the angel of light. Lucifer, that is, that fallen angel, who just happened to be the minister of music in heaven before he was banished for wanting to be worshipped, just like God. And if you're an angel and you're banished down to earth because of your pride and your ego, and you just continue to want to be worshipped, and you have the ability to take human form, what better way to continue to be worshipped than to be the most worshipped musician of all time? Because Lucifer doesn't appear to us as a devil with horns. No, he appears to us as an angel of light. And well, since we're talking about Lucifer, if you've seen any of my videos...
What the
So that was the end of that idea.
Yes.
Hold on.
Wait. What happened? What did it?
I cut it off because he started talking about his channel. He changed topic.
Yes.
Who did?
Okay, so the guy on the video changed topic.
The presenter.
He quit talking about the topic that you brought him up to talk about.
Yeah.
Huh?
He started talking about the channel instead of Elvis.
So here's what I think.
Yeah, that was
I trust you enough that I want your thoughts about that more than I want to watch his presentation.
Well, I mean, it's part of his presentation is something that I've been hearing a lot of lately, that the Statue of Liberty, i.e. the Lightbringer, is actually a man, not a woman. And it is Lucifer. I'm a little confused as to, I mean, it's halfway over. But it is interesting. It actually even transitions into that Elvis might be Donald Trump now, I guess he's thinking. I understand this is all for like entertainment purposes, but you broached the subject that we are Satan's IP, and we're talking about messing with the DNA of humans in order to manufacture them into better slaves, better workers, and such. I didn't realize it was going to be so offensive to everyone. I'm not saying that this is
not offensive.
The gospel according to generally specific. I just thought it'd be an interesting thing to listen to. So
no, I'm just afraid it's going to lead everyone off into some tangent that I wasn't really trying to bring everyone into. Not to be offensive to you.
He keeps going back into not at all. It's your channel. Yeah. He goes back into Elvis and stuff like that right afterwards. Maybe I didn't hear.
Okay, so some problems, just some basic logical problems I have with that video. I'm not sure that was Elvis. It's backstage. Apparently, it's some very, very small room. I don't know why there was a camera there in the first place. Could have been a person who has a wandering eye who is an Elvis impersonator, for all I can tell. That didn't look like the actual Elvis to me.
Does makeup fellow?
It looked like a characterization of Elvis, and it seemed to me the voice wasn't right in the first place. So I mean, all that's interesting. It's just really hard to show. Okay, so the basic idea that you brought that forth, refresh me.
Oh, it's that we are that we are actually Satan's IP. It would explain why music can elicit so much emotion, and so it can be so moving. And it is also further interesting that I listened to this street preacher named Kerrigan Skelly, and he talked about when he had an experience with God. It was in his barracks room. He was a young man, just joined the military. There wasn't any lights, soft lights, good music playing. There wasn't a bunch of other people running around trying to make you feel a certain kind of way, like the carnival atmosphere. He's like, he had that momentary encounter with God, and that forever changed the way that he existed. Now we got the caution of being able to be manipulated by our environment, be manipulated by other people's experiences, whether like the hysteria of everyone's a witch, like the Salem witch trials. So no, I wish we would have continued to watch it, because I think we got I don't maybe I wasn't paying attention to him promoting his channel.
I'm a lot more interested not in someone else's videos, but in what you think and what others here think about the general idea. I mean, it's not that I don't respect what you were saying.
What do you think of that?
Can I add something to what GS? Is that your video, GS?
No, Joe. No, you.
Okay.
No, Joe. You can't.
All right.
Just you had to wait your turn like all the rest of us.
Oh,
All right,
yeah,
so
yeah.
Hank had the floor. Go ahead, Hank.
Yes, so I'm going to get back to the old topic, how I would tell the difference between something done by the highest god and something done by a lesser deity. So the highest god doesn't have to follow any rules. They're omnipotent, omniscient, and all that stuff. They don't have to follow any rules, and the lesser god does. So if it's irrational and I can't discern how it worked, I would say I attribute to a higher god, and if it's something that's engineered, I attribute to a lesser god. That's all. That's my test.
Okay. And I suppose the overall point in saying that is that if it's restricted in any way, it's not a god. Is that it?
No. Well, here's the thing. I define God as object of worship, but the highest one doesn't is omniscient, omnipotent. So they don't have to follow any rules. They're not restricted by logic. They're not restricted by physics. They don't have to follow any rules at all.
They're not restricted by logic. Well, that's convenient because I was going to make a logical argument against the existence of both omniscience and omnipotence because they're self-defeating. Okay, Wildheart, you came up next. Do you have any first thoughts, Wildheart?
Not so much, you know. I'm very, very confused. I've not got the. Yeah, no, just carry on. I'll try and catch up, but just mind blown. Okay.
Either way, good to see you, Joe. Cool, you came up next.
All right. All I saw was that little bit. I think GS was showing a vid. And I remember back in the day seeing some similar vids with with news people and celebrities where their eyes did something funny that looked just like that. That's all I saw. I didn't really know what you guys were talking about. That's about it.
So are you implying that there's a lot of humans that they have their DNAs changed by demons? Are you saying that all humans have their DNA changed by demons?
Which somebody are you talking about, Sean?
Implying that all humans have their DNA changed by demons or someone pure.
Okay, so I'm personally asserting that I think that what the Bible is claiming is that long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away, before this Earth was ever interfered with or even identified as a possible place for us to live, that there was genetic manipulation of the humankind. And the first one and survived by chance, we probably shouldn't even be here if it wasn't for this thing's gestational mother doing something very unpredictable, like putting it in a basket and sending it floating down a river to be probably wild animal food. Had she not done that, we wouldn't even be here talking about it. So it's the story of Moses is giving further clarity as to the existence of the first occurrence and explanation of Adam. That it's giving clarity to what kind of an animal Adam is and that we are that same kind. But that didn't happen here. It happened somewhere else. And what we see around us and why certain things are missing that should be here, certain processes have no evidence of having happened, which we should see, is because we are actually looking at a purposeful biodome that was intellectually interfered with or directed panspermia, which is the literal claim of the 6 days of Genesis, is directed panspermia.
So are you saying that the flood killed all these demonic humans, genetically demonic humans, and then Adam and Eve were pure, but we still have the demonic genes inside us? Is that what you're saying? I'm not getting
No, I don't think that Adam and Eve have ever been pure. And they won't be until they're perfected in heaven. We're all impure in that we have birth defects. And I don't think there's something necessarily wrong with that. It's just, it's not perfect for us.
Yeah, the flood was
Richard.
And that the word flood in the translations that we read in our cultures is actually the word mayim. Now, the Hebrew word for a large body of water that actually has big enough to have waves on it, that's yam. But it doesn't use the word yam. It uses, did I say Elohim? Oh my gosh, that's a completely wrong word.
Use
Yahim.
Mayim. I did say the right word. Mayim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayim.
Sorry, I had a little brain fart fear there that I'd said the wrong word. So Mayim means watery substances, and majoratively, what it should mean in watery substances that applies to us and throughout the ancient Near East and even in today in all the Semitic languages, the word mayim means brotherhood because it refers to sperm. It's that watery substance. So when it says Jesus walks on mayim, it means he is a leader of the people. When it says there's a flood of mayim, it means there's a lot of people. And on and on. The word mayim does not mean an ocean or a flood. Yeah.
You're familiar with the Inky and the Lil, where they or people are translating that to mean they messed with DNA. Is that calculating anything what you're saying? Looks like he's answering the phone. But there's a story of Inky and the Lil, two aliens that came from a different place.
If you guys can put up with that ringing, we're just going to ignore it, and I'll call the gentleman back.
All right.
Okay. Do I find this? I'm going to answer not your question, Joe.
Okay.
I do find this same story all over the planet and throughout cultures, whether it was borrowed as like an homage because it was a nearby culture, or it was a completely separate culture that had no idea of the other people. They still have the same story.
I dig it. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. Then going with the flood, I don't know what your guys' topic was. I'm very afraid. I don't want to change that. I don't want to even speak out of turn here. But since no one's talking, that's interesting. I've never heard the waters flood, and I'd like to know. So I don't have to think about it, Richard. I'm sure you thought about it. What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? If I took the time to replace what they're talking about flood with a flood of people, what am I going to see?
Well, actually, you're going to see truth and reality is what you're going to see.
Talk to me.
Like, for instance, name any aspect of the flood narrative from any culture that human beings are not doing today in mass numbers. For instance, have we covered the mountains? Well, there's a space program. Of course we've covered the mountains. Are we destroying vegetation and animal life? Oh my gosh, have you looked at pesticides? Just on and on and on.
The men are causing the damage.
Yes, we do.
I see.
The earth would be stable without us, no doubt. If we weren't here, it would be fine. Okay. So can I relate that to the claims within the story? Joe, I'm sure you would agree with me that Christians think that the flood narrative and the ark narrative are important. In fact, you'll find them arguing online about it all the time.
Great.
Okay, so is it unfair for me to say that the Christians hold above themselves the ark narrative? Well, it seems obvious they do. Okay, what's wrong with me saying it this way? And the ark was lifted over the waters. Just what's wrong with me saying it? It's a fact of reality.
But it changes shit now. If the ark was over the water, and I know the water represents people, what's the ark represent?
No, the ark was lifted up on the waters is a direct quote.
Are you saying that a literal ark, the people lifted a literal ark? That can't be what you're saying.
No, although they have
yes,
on several occasions. But that particular ark, the narrative of the ark, which I can go into why it has to mean heaven and not a wooden boat.
That's what I was asking,
It is lifted up above the people, honor the story above themselves. They literally elevate the story, and the ark is lifted up over the waters. It's a fact.
Really great. They've missed the meaning for as high as they lift that story. Yeah, I've had that thought.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? Those kinds of implications. Or if I took literally, Jesus walked on the waters, and that is Mayim. I can show you from the text. It's Mayim. It's not Yam. Then if I took it hyper literally, I could say he was crowd surfing. Now, if you think that crowd surfing is impossible, I have an argument.
Joku done it himself, so he thinks it's possible.
right. No, I never crowd surf.
Okay.
But dope.
Okay. In fact, there's no occasion where the word Mayim doesn't work that way. For instance, I come from a certain people. You know, the claims of Israel to Abraham, right? They say, "Oh, I'm special because I come from this certain person."
Right.
Right. But
right.
And Jesus says, "No, you're not special. You're not any more special than this rock on the ground."
That's right.
Okay. So it's denial that you are special because of your genealogy. So this is why you'll find constantly people referring to the well of their fathers, because watery substance, referring to sperm, is talking about genetics.
This is interesting, Richard.
It's not talking about standing beside a pit in the ground where there's H2O. Anyone can do that at any time. It's not a special claim.
If I may help add to that real quick for you, Richard, my understanding, the identical word in Hebrew for waters used in Genesis, where it said God created the heavens and the earth and hovered over the waters, is the identical word to semen as well.
Yes, it's Mayim. That's correct.
Furthers that point.
I mean, doesn't anyone look at this and say, why is God so interested in H2O? I mean, H2O is pretty cool. I'm not saying it isn't. What's so damned interesting about an ocean? Well, no, we're much more interesting than that. It's
a fluid of some sort.
Well, it's actually I did a video not too long ago. I did some interviews in North Carolina, if I may, and I noted that being that at any point in time the human body is comprised of 45 to 75% approximately water content, depending on the hydration level. And if you watch and you mimic water, you observe water. Water is very lazy. It often takes a path of least resistance, as do humans, unless acted on by an outside force, as do humans. Water has memory. It has the ability to retain memory. A little bit of water will not do. It can be beneficial. A little bit more could be more beneficial. An insane amount of water going in one direction can be very powerful or destructive. Same thing with humans. If you get enough humans going in the right or the same direction, or whatever right or same or correct direction would be, you can accomplish quite a bit, or a lot of destruction can be manifest. That's my observation to water and the importance of water, why there seems to be a fascination with water, because water is the key to life. And without it, life wouldn't exist, in my opinion, based on the parameters of my observations.
I think you said a little more than that. I think you said humans as a whole share characteristics with water as a whole, right? Holding memories and emotions and information water does, creating damage or being helpful. It looks like you were intentionally or not talking about both attributes are shared by mankind and water.
Yeah, I think that it's using. Go ahead, Sean.
Sorry. Yeah. You were so you're saying that there's genes inside humans, all humans, that are changed by demons currently now. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the first humans to arrive here already had, which I estimate at probably about 5 different groups of about 10 to 20,000 each, or what we refer to as the bottleneck, was actually the seeding of the planet. And that all of them that arrived here already had that condition.
What condition?
But they don't have it now. The current humans don't have that changed genetics now.
Yes, the number 2 fusion is apparent today, and it has apparently been in Homo sapiens sapien the entire time, along with some 36% of our genetic material that doesn't manifest physically.
Right.
We have a huge amount of potential that we don't see actually physically manifesting. Which would really change things. If you consider the protein coding difference between us and a chimpanzee or bonobo is about 2.3 to 1.9% difference. Consider how big of a difference would it be if we were 36% different from what we are now. That's a lot of change, man.
I just Googled that a couple of days ago, the bonobo and banana and shit like that. I think we were 50% with everything and 90% with shit that made no sense. We share a lot of DNA with what's going on out here already. And you're right, at least from my understanding, a lot of our DNA appears to have been turned off. It's interesting.
Yes. Well, the Bible does claim, sorry, Sean, this is off topic, but to Joe's point, the Bible does claim we are made a little lower than angels. Now, that Hebrew word made right there, it's bara. Now, bara is different from kata bara. Now, you know the words kata bara, popularized by Harry Houdini, who said abracadabra. Okay, those were Hebrew words because he was a Jew.
Right.
Okay. And what that means is to make with voice.
Okay.
But the word make there, bara, you find in the Bible, means to reform or repurpose something, not to make it ex nihilo.
I dig it.
The Bible never reads abracadabra, and in our language, that's what it would read. Okay? So the Bible's not claiming to have made us from nothing. It's claiming to have made us lower than angels, lower than, not as good as, through manipulation, changing of existent thing.
Interesting to me.
Okay, so I think that's evident in the 30%, 36% non-coding DNA. I think it's true.
That is so in line with all those ancient Gilgamesh and Sumerian tablets and all that. It is so in line with that shit.
Correct. That's, now listen to this. Considering what we just said, and you brought up Gilgamesh, listen to this. The hero dives down into the waters and finds the tree of eternal life. Do you hear what I just said?
I mean, you can't write this stuff because I just looked at my search bar and it has.
I can't stand you, Richard. I can't stand you.
It says discovery of King Tut's tomb.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at my search bar and I'm like, what? Why does that look like some kind of King Tut thing? Well, I just got done watching last night Stargate with my wife. It was a movie that we brought our 6-month-old daughter at the time, who's now 30, to the movie theater while we watched it, and it was, I found it remarkable how these different Stargates went to different places in which a thing that would be imperceptible to the average primate as a god, as having superior technology or an ability to do things, to manipulate things, it would be imperceptible between like the god or a god or anything above us, or even angels, which would be technically above us, to Richard's point, to the chat's point. So what I find fascinating is, and I've said this quite often, they've studied the human brain, and it seems that there's a governor put on our brains, and every now and then a human seems to slip that veil of the governor, meaning, and I'll relate this to a story. Most of these U-Hauls are.
Todd, will you run the show? I have a phone call. Somebody needs my help. Okay, yes, I'm gonna have a cigarette too.
I'll try not to be overlong and hog the airways here. But I retell it to, or I relate it to when I was moving across from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast. Most of the time, these rider trucks or these rental trucks have a governor on it where you can't go past. I think it was 65 at the time.
65. I got a buddy with one of those trucks. Yeah, 65.
I can't go above 65 without it running into issues. And luckily, somebody had done something to the governor. So, and when you're crossing no man's land and you can do 75, 80 safely instead of just being stuck at 65, it really does help things move a little faster. So that particular truck or vehicle had the governor suspended. So we were able
to he's gone. We could talk about what you wanted to talk about. We could talk about that Elvis shit.
It's all similar. It's all in the same vein. I just recently saw it and found it to be a little bit fascinating.
Where are you going? Because that also relates to so much I hear, and it's all along the same lines that those were aliens. The tablets themselves said that these beings come from other planets, changed their DNA, and I've been hearing about that lizard shit. They're saying it's just DNA that they've flipped from people from outer space space or whatever. Or I'm throwing in at least a half a dozen theories in here.
I mean, the question would be why, Joe, do we have coxels?
We apparently had tails at a time.
Yeah. For what purpose, right? I mean, these are very interesting. These are very interesting questions.
I assume it's scientific information. It's used.
Go ahead.
It's a evidence of common design trait, but the bone is specifically used as an anchor point for all kinds of tendons and muscles and things. You won't be able to walk without it.
Meaning it doesn't have to be a leftover vestigial tail or something.
No, not at all. No, it's the exact opposite. It's necessary to be able to walk comfortably and to poop.
Well, I think I need to regrow one because it hurts to walk at my age now.
Well, you bruise your coxal, it hurts to walk, right? I mean, yeah. There's reasons for it. It's designed there for a reason.
So it still sounds like if it was a tail, that's where all the nerves and shit would have got. And you leave the tail, the nerves remain there. I don't think the tail theory is out.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's out or in. I just think it's undetermined or undiscovered. But I like your answer, Joel. But while I have you here, I would like to ask you this question. So, you seem to have you seem to be an SME on this, and I'll retreat and listen. Why is it that there seems to be a governor on our quote unquote either our processing speed or our memory banks, or like as if our mind were a computer, that some computers are more powerful than others, and every now and then Jesus could have been a freak. They call Jesus a freak. Every now and then a Jesus slips through the crack.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is every now and then a Jesus type slips through the cracks and can manipulate molecules and cure skin and amend bones and just by laying on hands. But like someone like Einstein compared to me versus me compared to like someone with like a 40 IQ. I mean, it's imperceptible of the jumps of ability to understand your environment can be eclipsed by the next IQ deviation up and up and up, right? So why does it seem that there's a governor on our brains where they posit that we use about 12 to 15% of our normal brain power, where these like Tesla and Einstein and these other geniuses can tap into like in the 20 percentile? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
A couple of things in their percentiles are way off. That was they shown that we use much more now that they got the technology. The brain, that 10% stuff is gone, and now no one believes that anymore. And we know to bolster your theory, there's 100% chance that the genes are going to mutate. We see them happen every time. So that governor would be escaped, slipped, bypassed from time to time, 100%. So I'm just saying you can answer his question, but he's got a good theory.
Yeah, my first thought, the simple answer I thought was Christ's answer was you lack faith, because he told his disciples, you'll be able to do all these miracles and more, and then I guess the longer answer there's actual medical history of people manifesting, they call it nowadays. I don't know if you've met some people out there that there's kind of a religion out there now of mind over matter. Buddhists are famous for it, but I mean, there's even secular people that claim to be Christian. They'll manipulate matter, whatever, medical stuff, by just thinking about it. But the phenomenon, or the other answer I would reply with is that it's not that. And I love Einstein's answer himself when he was asked these things. First of all, oh my gosh, my mind's being flooded with it. First of all, a reporter asked him, Einstein, what's it like being the smartest man in the world? And his answer was genius. He's like, I don't know. You'll have to ask Nikola Tesla, right? And then the second thing he said, what someone else said, he said, it's not that I'm so smart, Einstein said, it's that I stick with problems longer. That's it. And then I myself will tell people, even professionally, department meetings and stuff, that if my 25, 30 years now on bleeding edges of science and technologies have taught me anything, it's that we're all equally smart. We just all have different interests. And so one person is computer smart and somebody else is smart with mechanics or with art or whatever.
They've spent their mind time, I call it, in different places.
I think, and as far as the medical answer to mind usage, I think you're right, Joe, that it's 100% used. Just like a computer. So now that we understand how what's called heuristics works, we can actually train and teach computers to try to think like a human using heuristics, neural nets and things like that. It's all interconnected, and there's memory, things that are kind of archived and stored for later. There was this one neuroscientist that I used to follow from Ireland. I forget his name now, Wolf something. I loved how he described it at a TED Talk, that the human brain, its only purpose is to predict movement, right? He goes into great details about it. It's not used to store memories. It's not used, or not to. It stores memory, but not to. It doesn't. It's not our soul. It's something else outside of the memory. And so I codified it. I summarized it. The brain is just a meat computer.
Okay.
It's a literal computer. So if you want your computer to work faster and do something different, train it, teach it.
The computer is a tool for the spirit or soul.
Can I?
Yeah. So the analogy I like to use is that our body, including our mind, it's like a car. The brain is like the ECM, the electronic computer module. So, and then our soul or spirit, it's the driver. The driver exists separately and can leave the car, can come in and go into the car.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and the brain is like the steering wheel. It's like it's the computer that helps us interface with the car. And it's got it's the ECM in a modern car today. It monitors and regulates the engine and all kinds of functions, whatever. It's automated.
Get it. Go ahead, Weberman, trying to get in.
Are you talking about Stephen Wolfram? It says the man who cracked the code to everything. He was featured in Wire magazine.
No,
American. He was a British. He's a British.
Daniel Wolpert. I'll link it in. Chat.
Okay, Daniel
Wolpert.
WOL.
Sounds like
Wolpert. I see it now. Okay.
Excellent TED Talk.
It's about God.
Yeah, okay. Wicked sense of humor too. I love it. Cold, but
so I think Joel makes a lot of interesting points in that it largely comes down to competence, and everyone. I don't know if you guys ever heard the saying, "Everyone is good at something," right? And I think there's somewhat of a mistake that was made when they're talking about IQ, because they suggest that IQ is a overall reflection of someone's intelligence, right? But the fact of the matter is that intelligence manifests in many different ways. You have some guys who are hunters who they could send you out for like maybe a week or so and track your ass down because they just have they're just tuned that way, right?
Can I intervene? I want to make a little distinction here. I know it says intelligence quotient, but I always took it as intellect, your ability to learn a thing, not what you've acquired. It sounds more like you're talking about intellect right here. Someone can go out and acquire shit, if that makes sense.
Not necessarily, because it can be nature or nurture or both, right? Like you can have really good spatial awareness and athletic ability, right? But if you don't nurture it, right, you'll never reach the peak of that. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, like, for example, if you guys like watch certain interviews with LeBron James, whatever he's talking about these games, right? His spatial awareness, right? His memory is it's mind-blowing how much he remembers, right? Each and every single play throughout the whole game, right? Placement for everyone, all of that stuff, right? Now, I'm pretty sure you're not going to find LeBron James writing, theories about
theorizing on this.
Yeah, you're not going to find that, right? Yeah. But when it comes to what his craft, right? Like, there's a reason why he's really good at what he does, right?
Yeah, I dig it.
There is nature and nurture. Yeah. So, I think Joel is on point when it comes to that. At the end of the day, everybody just really have their own gifts. It's just a situation where our society's kind of set up now to where having mental gifts are more beneficial. And when I say mental gifts, it doesn't necessarily mean
Yeah,
being
why do
book
you
smart.
say that? Why do you say that? I guess it is true. If you have
Well,
a mental gift, you can do more because you got more tools. I think if that's what you're
yeah,
saying.
you can process information, right? Better than
Exactly
most,
it. Yes, sir.
right? That can be to your benefit. If you can remember better than most, that could be to your benefit
Well, I'm
in
just
society.
you said now,
Yeah,
and I was
back then
thinking
that
it was a
wasn't.
benefit then, but you say more so now. I was wondering
Yeah,
why more so now.
well,
Yeah.
mainly because we live in an age of information and data,
That's what, yeah,
and being able and the more
logically,
you're able to process that on
yes,
like every scale, right?
yes,
The higher your ability to
yeah.
either invent
For
something new,
instance,
you know.
You, for instance, you could have had a guy with our same intelligence, some higher intelligence quotient back then. He's limited with the things he could do. He only had sticks, stones, rocks, and a few friends type shit. Could have had a devastating IQ. Given the tools, the internet, and the conversations that we have now, he could have pulled off miracles.
So
Yeah.
yeah, if I may
So
help add to what exactly both you guys are saying, the intelligent quotient is not a sign of intelligence. It's an average or ability of how somebody is able to process information, the speed.
That's how
Like
I
you were
say
just
it.
saying,
Yeah.
Batman. Because if you guys have ever
yeah,
taken an IQ test, it's timed.
Yes.
So anybody of any IQ level, you can solve the problems if you had more time, then you
Yes.
would be able to be just as high IQ.
I love it. That go to what Einstein quote that somebody gave. I just spend more time on the thing. That
Yes,
goes back to that
exactly.
quote. Yeah.
And
yeah,
so, to really make this conversation crazy, so guys like Elon Musk, he's trying to develop his Neuralink project, which literally, I could go into the depths of that as well, but it's literally to add our own computer, our artificial computers, as a co-processor, so to say, with our meat computer, as I like to call it, simply to help us think or solve problems faster, to access information faster. That's it.
Help me with this where you're at on the Neuralink, because anything I've saw, they've made shit progress. I mean, monkey type shit. And it makes me want to think that it's nothing to be worried about, concerned about right now. They're not even close. However, they wouldn't be investing this type of time and attention into it if they didn't have or think they're going to have something worthy.
They got the second human now under test. This will be a lot of progress.
yeah. Like and it's funny because Joe, the reason why I say more so now versus back then is that, for
Technology.
example, where in a society, a feudal society, where a lot of it requires a lot of physical work to
Mhm.
maintain it,
Mhm.
right? Um, you having a big, strong body is going to be more valued, right? If
A
you,
I
certain
dig
fact.
it. I dig it.
if you have like somewhat of like a proclivity for violence, and you're really good at combat, right? And
Maybe
you
even
train
better an
that,
asset.
you're
Yes.
going to be a really
Well,
good
so
soldier.
technology is the equalizer for that. So even a weakling can have better combat prowess with the right technology. But yeah, and technology helps accelerate. Technology is also an example. It's developed over time. If you have enough time, you can do anything.
What do they say the average hour rating is in order to be able to master something? As wasn't it like 10,000 hours into
10,000.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
spent your 10,000 somewhere. That's why I need to be able to talk to you. He spent his somewhere. That's why I'm stronger with you guys.
Yeah, I'm one
So
of
you
those
and everybody
people.
else are also smarter at other things, quote unquote smarter.
Yeah, because I remember when I did my IQ tests, right? I usually do better in sections that are abstract. Like, I love things that are
Really?
abstract.
That's your
Yeah,
interests.
a lot of
Y-
people tend to struggle in that, but for whatever reason, it's just a
Yeah,
thing for me.
that's your interests. Like I said,
Yeah.
everybody has different interests. What motivates you?
Well, I don't even want to get into correcting the United States educational system and why we're doing it completely wrong for the individual child, and why children have a tendency to excel at what their brain is good at and they have good success at, which is why it should be concentrated on. But without getting into all that, okay. So where are we? Catch me up, somebody. Joel, catch me up.
We're trying to maintain a conversation about genetics and how it relates with the Bible, and then we got into
the coccyx and vestigial tails and shit.
I got an interesting question for you guys to spark your brain. So, how does the soul manifest for you guys? Is it a situation where God creates every single, God creates every single human, and then He like plucks a soul in there? Is the soul emergent? Does the brain require a certain amount of development in order for the soul to exist within the body? How does that work for you guys?
I want to go last on that one.
Oh, good. I'll go first. I got a bunch of ideas. I think that, I think that story of evolution is true. I think the body had to manifest to a certain amount before it was worthy to stick our souls in it. I don't believe that. I believe that God's folks were from Eden, whatever, however that metaphorically means. It couldn't be garden. And at that moment, a different human was injected into what was going along. The monkeys, the humans that developed from monkeys, that's when he decides our souls were to begin at the Genesis. We would have been back there a long time ago, and the baggage car vehicle that he chose for us to be, it had to be developed to a certain extent before he stuck the soul in. That's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, so I don't think we have a soul. So that's
okay.
I don't even think consciousness is real.
Oh, you don't think consciousness is real? That's interesting.
Well, I don't even know. I don't even know what that means, but I think it's like a soul, isn't it? The consciousness, like the soul kind of thing. I think everything's physical.
Okay, it depends on
the brain.
It depends on who you're talking about, Sean. So oftentimes when you talk to a standard Christian, they're going to conflate the word spirit and soul. Biblically, the word soul means the flesh, the part that breathes. But the spirit is the intrinsic part of you, like your personality and stuff like that. What you think is real, those things are your spirit.
Adjust my question to spirit instead of soul then.
Okay, I will when I answer. Everyone else is free to do whatever they think is true. So Sean, to say biblically you don't have a spirit is to say there is no you. That there's nothing specific about you. There's nothing particularly different about you in the way that you think. Where I think we can show chemically that there is.
But that not necessarily mean spirit. He could be amalgamation of all the events and traumas, tragedies, beautiful times that occurred to him. Could have still created what we call Sean, right? Without the soul, I'm not sure that definition alone makes us prove soul.
Well, that leads me to the second usage in the which are conflated by Christians on average. The second usage of the word spirit, which is evidently communication on an internal level with another person having an internal experience.
And
that's the second way that spirit is used. So
hard to overcome that one, I think. If Sean, how do you grasp what he's saying right there?
Yes, you're basically saying that my personality is the spirit. It's nothing to do with ghosts or outer body stuff mainly.
Well, he was going into it's part of communication, right?
Well, let him address it as he wishes, Joe.
All right.
And the soul is the thing that goes to heaven and hell, but the spirit is the soul inside you manifesting your personality. Is that it?
Yes, that's good for the first definition, but he refined it into spirit means something about the way you communicate with a person. I was wondering if you had a grasp on it. That's why I asked you. Could you help him with the second one, Richard?
Well, let him explain how he understands it. Then we'll go from there.
So the soul goes into your body and turns you into your personality, and you think that your personality is kind of like your spirit.
Okay, except for it goes deeper than that in further explanation within the stories, saying that our communication with other intelligent beings is in itself like a community spirit. Like you could say the Uncle Sam is the spirit of the United States. I think that's how it's using it. When we have this commonality of communication and understanding between each other, things like empathy, things like that.
Okay, I will simplify it. Sean, do you think there is any software that is running you the hardware?
Like you think that the software is my soul or spirit or something?
Yeah. Do you think any software
I don't
exists,
believe
or is
in
it
souls and spirits. I'm an atheist, so I
Okay.
don't know much about philosophy, and so I'm not very good with vocabulary.
Well, let's
Okay,
no,
I
it's
know about
okay.
science.
The more you talk like this, the more you'll get familiar with terms, which terms are just shorthand. It's just an easy way to say a complicated idea. That's why there's medical terminology, mechanical terminology, all of these things. And if you keep participating, you'll get used to the words. So it's no shortcoming of you. It's just a lack of experience at this point of your life. So I'm not. I mean, I call my channel Demolished Doctrine because I think that your average Christian is saying things that don't make sense because of church traditions. So let's not confuse what churches and practitioners say about the Bible with the Bible itself. Those are evidently two different things. So I am speaking from my perspective on what I think the text is trying to explain to us. So when I say spirit, I mean the intrinsic you, and when I say things like the Bible is talking about quote unquote the Holy Spirit, that is communication between things like you. Just like right
Other
now
than
on this
speaking, right,
show,
Richard? You
well,
don't mean
it
just
includes
verbal.
speaking.
It includes, but more. There's more to it too. In this communication that
Yes,
you're talking about.
there's
It's
all
not
kinds
just
of
talking.
nonverbal communication. I would make an argument for nonverbal, non-visual, non-local communication. That there's some kind of an empathetic situation going on between humans who care for each other, which gives them certain valid in reality and in time, immediate understanding of someone else's situation simply because they love them. Now we see that happen all the time, yet we deny its existence, and I think that's exactly what these ancient spiritual stories is describing.
I'm
Okay,
loving
who's
this.
next? GS, you got anything? How about you, Joe?
Oh, heck yeah. Where to begin? So I agree with some of the modern scientific observations, such as like medical terms like Lazarus syndrome. That's the thing that I shared earlier with neuroscientists and such, that I think scientifically shows the ancient philosophical term of dualism, that there is a separation of mind and the body. And I just quoted the scripture verse that backs that up, Ecclesiastes 12:7. Spirit returns to God who gave it. And I love to quote my favorite physicists, like Albert Einstein. I love how he said that each of us are given a spirit that's moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe, quote unquote. So yeah, I think there's a clear distinction that we are the drivers. Our bodies are just the car, and the brain's just the computer interface.
Richard, I've never heard a good explanation of spirit. That's why I was pushing you into it, and you didn't let
You
me
like
out.
it?
I do.
I
do. It does, and I'll be able to communicate my shit better after hearing it. Yeah.
I mean, if I break down something like the word, Christians will normally use the word prayer, okay, and they find that in their translation. But what does that really mean? Well, let's take the Garden of Gethsemane, for instance. Jesus is a little bit perturbed, upset, okay? And he's not looking forward to being crucified, although he knows he has to cause it to happen.
He's only
right?
Sweating blood. What's that about?
So, yeah, well, sweating blood, I think, is expressive, not literal. But that's aside from the point.
That's the way I think.
I think he was sweating blood the same way we still use it today. So he's in the garden in Gethsemane, and he's having quote unquote prayer with the Father. Well, let's break down what happens there. He says a thing. He gets an idea from the Father. he acts on the idea in reality. Okay.
Okay.
Well, what that is essentially the same as what would result if he had just picked up a phone and called him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just describing communication between intellects. The same thing you're helping me with right now, helping me understand you, which I'm adding to my map of the reality, Joe Cool.
Richard,
okay?
So are we praying by that standard?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're praying right now.
Yeah.
We are in the process of praying to each other. That's what we're doing.
It's reminding me of a Spinoza quote I love to share, Richard.
Yes, you were going to say something?
Yeah, well, first off, I'm at the risk of upsetting Joel. It has occurred to me that Einstein was basically a fraud, a degenerate, a patent thief. He was the one thing he said that was correct was that if you want to know who the smartest man in the world is, ask Tesla. And he married his cousin, abandoned both his cousin and the baby that he spawned with her to death.
His first cousin,
yeah. He was not exactly anyone that I would herald as anyone that I would applaud in any way, shape, or form.
Wait. I wouldn't throw the last part in there. We're just talking about his intelligence quotient and shit like that so far. I'm not sure his character necessarily plays a role.
I covered that, but I covered that, Joe, when I said he was a patent thief. He worked in a patent office. So a lot of the ideas that he allegedly had came from greater minds than him.
What about his good one? What do they call it?
I think it all comes down. I think it all comes down to character. When it comes to, I don't think you can separate when we talk about quotients. There's emotional quotient, intelligence quotient. All kinds of different things. Emotional quotient is probably something I probably score very low on at times.
Most I know.
I'll make that confession. So as far as like the body, the flesh, and I have to adhere. I don't have to. I choose to adhere to some biblical teachings in this because I think not only is the Bible a history book, it is a book of life. It is also a science book. I think it's a schematic, so to speak, that requires unlocking. And so it occurred to me that when you think of the mind, the body, and the soul, and I will be briefly over this, I promise. I'm not going to go long. So when you think of the body, the mind, and the body, the mind, and the soul. So I think of body is the flesh, right? We are, the Bible tells us that we are to deny the flesh, right? So I look at the soul as the brain housed here in the head, right? The spirit is the heart. The flesh is the flesh, of course, i.e. the body, right? So the soul is constantly being, the heart is hoping that the soul will turn towards the heart, hoping. The flesh is constantly tempting the soul, the mind, to turn towards the flesh and choose the flesh, that which feels good, do as thou wilt kind of thing, right? And so that's kind of like, I don't know if I just derailed or anything like that, but that's my thinking on soul, spirit, flesh. And there's an interesting triune aspect to that too, that there seems to be a very interesting triune aspect through even ancient, what we would call ancient religions. There was always seemed to be a triune aspect to them.
You used it 3 times. I was going to try and get a hint of what it means by you, but what's triune mean?
Go ahead, Demolish. You probably answer it better than I would.
You're muted, Rich.
You're muted.
Triune just means having 3 parts.
That's what I would have assumed. GS, you made me think of something else. There's a spiritual quotient. When you mentioned the emotional and intelligence, a spiritual quotient. And when you also said the Bible is historical, when you think at it, I think that's the word you use, you think at it in the terms that Richard is talking about, I'm pointing at him, that Richard is talking about, now it's historical. It takes, you gotta look at it. wholly different. If you're, if his interpretations, what history is it teaching us now? It is not teaching us, the sand and the place, it's teaching us heavy shit historically. And I'll be going over this shit in my head. I think I'm just talking out loud at this point.
So
a lot of Christians who tend to wax philosophical will look at it both as a lesson of history, but where God arranged the historical events of people's actual lives to tell you a much more important thing about the future.
That's the way I look at it. It's I don't even I barely even consider what they're saying. It's all a message for us in the future. That's 90%. Well, that's a chunk of the way I look at it. Those people, it couldn't have not been for me to give a fuck about the lesson that they learned if it wasn't meant for me all these years later. It's certainly for the future.
I'll give you a real quick example of why I think that's correct, Joe. The first generation born onto this planet. So you have Cain and Abel, right? But the translators did you a great disservice in the English because of their traditions, and they did not respect the Hebrew names and what they mean. So I would tell most people are unaware of this, that the word Cain means literally vanity or materialism or being a physicalist.
Well, that changes the game, doesn't it, man? We keep going. That changes it.
And the name Cain means to transition or to change over time. So what if I use the meaning of the Hebrew names and I told you the same story again?
Yes.
So transition went into a wilderness where he found his brother Vanity. And he rose up against Vanity and transitioned, killed Vanity. And the Lord blessed him and protected him.
So, I guess to answer my own question,
hey Batman, can I go before you, because I know you posed the question, sure, and I actually haven't talked yet, and I did want to answer that question. It's actually, I'm going to actually answer it kind of with a question first, because I've considered this myself, right? It's funny, these things that the ancient Greek and Roman philosophers and all of that used to consider were literally talking about these same things. What is the soul? Where is the soul? That particular question, where is the soul? This is the question that I pose to anybody who says that the soul exists outside of the body, the mind, the heart. Where is the soul? See, the problem that I keep hearing every time the question is posed and answered by people is, if the soul exists outside the bounds and scopes of, I guess, the mind, the body, the heart, well, where is it? Show it to me. Because you can show me where your body is. You can actually picture what your mind is. You can actually picture, you can't take it out and still live, but you can actually kind of show what a heart is. But the soul part, you can't really show me what that is. And then a lot of people will relate that to, well, it's just the spirit, that spirit that's in you, the spirit of life, I guess. But then I say, well, no, that's the spirit. That's not the soul. So the soul.
I'd like to answer to that first, actually, Brick. If you don't mind, Brick, I think you're starting to repeat yourself for emphasis or maybe for clarity, but I think everyone here is bright enough to understand what you already said, if you don't mind me saying so.
I don't know.
Or did you have something to add to it?
Yeah, I did have something to add to it. So what I had to add to it is that the soul is, in fact, the body, the mind, and the soul. And within all of that exists the spirit of life. But within the spirit of life, the body, the mind, and the heart, all of that is the soul. It's not just the spirit.
And Brick, correct me if I'm wrong, but if they form one, if something like the body dies, then the rest cannot continue on. Yeah.
The soul dies. Yes, the soul. That individual soul dies. Like a squirrel. A squirrel is a soul. It does not have a soul. A dog has no soul. A human has no soul. You cannot hold it. It is, in fact, altogether a soul.
I could attest from the text certain verses, like the dead know nothing, their love is gone with them. That reinforces what you're generally saying. Although I would dispute the usage of the words, although that's nitpicking and semantical. So I don't really care. Though I understand the idea of what you're saying. Okay,
Richard?
so let me just finish wrap. I'll be quick, Joe. Okay, so it's my experience that my brain is very faulted. Okay, it's my experience that things that I should know, I don't know. Really common, simple things. Now things I've repeated 1,000 times over, I can seem to repeat: tie my shoes, wipe my butt, chew my food, things like this. But things that are a little bit anomalous in my life, I find it's true that if I try to use my memory to recall a thing, there's a good 80% or so of the time I'm not going to be able to remember the thing. However, if I ask internally the question, if I formulate a question, yes, we all do this. If I internally formulate a question and I propose to myself the question, it seems my memory kicks in and it automatically gives me an answer. Now, how is it I just couldn't remember, and as soon as I ask the question, I can? Well, it's not like I didn't want to remember. Maybe I really do want to know where my car keys are. But here's what I think is actually going on. I am constantly, accidentally praying to others. Some of those are angels who have a perfected memory, unlike our memory, which is very flawed, apparently. And when we ask the question, the reason it pops up out of nowhere, no matter how much we wanted to know the answer before, is because you asked a question and someone gave you the answer.
It went out there and someone gave you the answer.
Which is why you have that feeling of putting it out there, is because you are.
Well, I have a question about that. Do you believe that we already have inherited knowledge?
No.
That's
other than instinctual knowledge, no, I don't. Nothing specific, nothing that would like make you prosper. There's been tests done where human beings were isolated from others. There has been accidents happened where people were like literally raised by wild animals, and they don't have those in what people would like to think are intrinsic human knowledges. They just don't have it.
Richard, can I assume, and this was the question I was going to ask, that you don't believe that our spirit or something of us continues that has an intelligence? And because you just quoted the dead have see nothing, know nothing. It seems to contradict. Well, I thought you would have thought the spirit is everlasting.
As I was suggesting, those in heaven are everlasting, and like there are familiar demons, people don't like to use the words universally, there are familiar angels. That is to say, there's an angel whose entire job is to do nothing but study you and memorize everything about you, so that when you're restored into heaven, you can get you back.
Okay.
Even though you died, and generally it's just dying. Go ahead, brother.
All right.
No, I'm not dying. I'm really intrigued. I like this conversation, and I'm glad everyone's adding something to it.
Right on.
So the statement, I think perhaps this could be either accurately translated on your part, Richard, or perhaps you're in error of understanding. And so what popped into my head was that, well, what is the definition in this particular iteration of dead? If I am a slave to sin, I am dead to Christ. Those who have eyes to see, let them see. They see nothing. They hear nothing. They know nothing, because they are dead to life, which is the way, the truth, and the life, which is Jesus. So it could be hyperbole, so to speak, in a sense of saying that the dead know nothing and hear nothing, meaning they're dead. Just let the dead bury the
That's
dead.
dope. Is that a possibility, Richard? I don't mean to cut your G off, but
It's both.
Okay.
It's both. Actually, the Hebrew word mutz literally means physically dead. Okay. And the Bible reads that the God is no God of the dead, and that the dead, their love and memories die with them. All right. But it also claims that you can be restored, the actual you, the real you can be restored in heaven. Which is why I'm positing that there's not only familiar demons, but there's also familiar angels who are recording the you.
It's only logical, right? It wouldn't have one half of the coin without the other. If you believe in God, you better believe in it, though. Or at least something.
So by what process are you restored in heaven? It's surely not from maintaining your sin and turning away from God.
Okay,
in
so
order,
the rest of this,
in order to get restoration and require to re-enter your life, it would require repentance, confession. And so I'm positing this, meaning in order to make it to heaven, there is a quid pro quo, right? We can understand that. According to the concept of how the Bible's written and currently is translated. That's not a far-fetched.
Well, yeah, there's nothing that men's clubs could do about Groucho Marx not entering into a man's club. Having said, I would join no men's club that would have me as a member.
Yeah.
So there's nothing they could do to make him join. In the same way, without overpowering your will, there's nothing those in heaven could do to make you accept heaven that they hadn't by that time done already. So it's blasphemy of the Holy Ghost or denying the Holy Ghost, also the Father, also God, also angels, also heaven, also Christ, because if there's no Holy Ghost, there's none of that, is the same as the statement that Groucho Marx had made, and there's nothing they can do about it. So a person can damn themselves, okay? And we could soon get into the argument whether or not that's your great-grandmother who got restored into heaven if you should live into heaven, or if you should die of some accident or disease and are restored into heaven, is that the actual you? But it seems, at least effectively and experientially, it is precisely great-grandma. And that's the important thing, not that set of cells and those particular, that mole on her cheek must be there for her to be great grandma.
Richard,
yes, sir.
If you were not,
I'm never
this
done.
may sideline a bit. So you tell me if it's too much of a sideline, but it leads me into, it makes the soft sit shit logical when they say go in and I'm going to get it wrong, but I am the person, not the so-and-so. I'm just representing the guy. I hope you know the argument, but they're saying that they tell me, Joe, I am not that, the name they gave us so-and-so to, I am something different. It sounds like you're really saying what they're saying. They sound so similar.
Yeah, well, I think effectively, the reason that the Christ gets a new stone with a new name written on it, which no one knows, is because that's just part of being in heaven. Is the name your mom and dad came up with is not the real name for you,
right? It's
and
logical.
Only the people in heaven know the real name. It's just something a postpartum woman and some guy under stress. Just they voted on what. It's irrelevant. So that's why he's got a new name on his forehead and a name on his thigh, King of Kings and all that. Okay, so this is what I think happens, GS. Should a person die before end times and they don't physically ascend into heaven, still having a continuous experience, then their experience is interrupted by what we would call death. Okay, and everything about them is gone. The flesh is gone, the memories are gone, everything about them is gone. Although the genetic record still remains in the humans that exist. So there's no loss of information as far as what they were is concerned. And using women, that is, say, Eve, coming out of the garden, that is to say, earth, and that her births are greatly multiplied, that is to say, restoration of the human species back into heaven again. And I mean, yes, roughly 110 billion of us will be birthed into heaven altogether. That that the angels keep track of who you were when you had physical flesh, all of your thoughts, all of your memories, absolutely all of it. And that at some point of the age of accountability in heaven, when their flesh and their mind is developed enough, that might be anywhere between the ages of 13 and 27. I don't know when it is. The Bible doesn't go into those kind of details. A person has the opportunity to relearn what they were on the earth. And the angels will give that to them. I don't know if it's through telepathy or quote unquote prayer, or if they just keep talking to them until they understand. I don't know how that process is completed. It doesn't go into those kind of details.
Instantaneous quantum entanglement type of procedure that
I don't know. Maybe they put a plug in the back of our head and it's like a matrix thing. They just plug you in. And I don't know.
So I would like to answer the question. So to kind of preface everything, I'm going to be using some basic computer terminology just to kind of simplify everything, and make it easier to kind of understand, right? So I think the spirit is equivalent to the software that runs the hardware, which is my body, right? I think the spirit is emergent, as in the chemical processes, the biochemical processes in my brain, they generate a spirit, the software. Now, how the software looks and how it's coded is dependent on my experience and how my brain processes those experiences. Now, how does this tie into sin? Now, I'm sure you guys know about computer viruses, right? So computer viruses are basically malicious coding, right, or programs, right? Or like, and I'm sure you guys know about worms and stuff like that, right? So sin or the curse, right, is kind of like a faulty piece of code that exists within each piece of software or spirit, right? And depending on the situation, right, whenever we execute that piece of software, there is because that software is corrupted, right, that basically causes us to sin. So now when you die, right, you're because there's no more hardware that can be used to express the spirit, right? Then it's just going to lay in whichever place that that the body dies. Now, in the time of resurrection, because it's still in that place, all God has to do is create a physical body and take that software and pluck it in, clean it, so to speak, right? Get rid of the bug that's in the software, right? And put it in that new body. So now you can exist in a way that that is without any fault.
Can I interrupt a little bit?
Does that make sense?
No, that's pretty good. But what it means is when mom's restored to heaven, it won't be mom.
So
really, why is that? He said it picks up the same parts, the same coding.
Didn't have the experience of birthing me.
So the coding, right? The piece of software, right? I mentioned earlier, but briefly, that it is your experiences is really what codes it, right? Because you have software that can actually learn and like recode itself, right, with the proper hardware associated with it. And so basically every single experience you have, right, how you choose
every
to take that
decision you make,
right, like all of that affects the software. And so essentially what the judgment does is that God is basically taking the software, right? That includes your memories, who you are, all of that stuff, and looking at it, right? And determining, right? Okay, how was this? How were you as a person? Um, you know, um, you know, what are the sins you committed? What, if you did something bad, why did you do it? Right? That's the judging of the heart, basically, right? The intentions behind the actions. And I think all of that is recorded. Now, the reason why I say this is that I don't think it's necessary for God to literally like create souls every single time and put them in bodies. I don't see God as an inefficient creator. Um, I think it just makes the most sense for just like everything else, where he has a process for it to maintain itself within the universe. I think it's consistent for him to have a process that's already built in the universe to manifest each and every single spirit that every single person has.
So logical.
That's my response.
All right.
I like that. It would lack wisdom to make a system that's not self-healing and self-supporting.
Yep.
Go ahead, JS. You're trying to say something.
Well, I'm going now. Okay, guys. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for coming by.
All right, take care, Sean.
So, Batman, it sounds like you're saying God images our memories or whatever.
So listening to what Batman just said, Odin just said. So my thoughts on that was that does that? Hopefully, I typed it right in my little WordPad so I wouldn't interrupt or lose a thought. Does that software being corrupt allow for the quote unquote error of sin, thus manifested as quote unquote free will? Is this an anomaly, i.e., free will? Is it a bug or is it a feature?
Great question.
So free will is a feature. The propensity to sin is the bug.
So I have a question because it still didn't answer my question, which is, if you have a soul, where is it? And I want to reiterate the Bible on this. So when it says that man became a living soul, what does it mean when it says became a living soul?
So basically, wherever, so since the spirit, I'm using the term spirit, since it is emergent, meaning that the chemical processes in your brain, and one could argue in your body on a whole, is what creates that, right? Once let's say the brain is dead, right, and let's say it's rot away, right, that software, it still exists. It's just that we don't have any access to it, at least currently, right? We don't have a way to record it, right? And
so the problem with that is when you're talking, and I know that you're only using it as an analogy, but it's a great analogy as to call it software. But to call the software the soul is very poor, because that's I mean, I like the analogy if you're viewing it from that point, but then you're just talking about
information.
The information, right? The DNA. So that's blood.
No, not blood. No, those are not the same thing, right? I'm not saying the spirit is DNA. What I'm saying is that, because here's the thing with software. Software, you can, or information in general, right? I don't remember the correct term. Basically, you can take information and transfer it into different mediums. It can exist in many different ways, right? For the same reason you can copy information off of a CD and onto a thumb drive, right? The process and how it's stored is different, right? How information can exist and also be different. Hold on, let me finish, right? So take for example, right, the coding to say, hey world, right? You can write that out using DNA, for example, or you can use binary code, right? Like there are many different ways of how that can exist. I'm just saying is that whichever type of energy that the process creates that houses the software, right? It's still going to remain after the physical body dies, right? So it'll just lay there, not being able to be expressed, right? And once it's put into a body, that's when it's expressed. That's when you take like the operating system, you put it in the computer. That's how you use a computer.
But you're
They
still
call
not.
it imaging, Batman. I was trying to ask earlier. Have you heard of that term, imaging?
Yeah.
You try to mass reformat or whatever operating systems.
So
But I was going to share, if you like, a potential falsification of that, if you like.
Yeah, I'm listening.
The main problem, there's a few, but the main problem was traumatic brain trauma medical cases where after people have had significant brain damage in various ways, some people's personality will change, well, some don't. And so there's a massive amount of research to try to understand that. And it looks like it seems to be, at least, it's still a huge problem, that it's mostly by choice. Some people become very angry. Some people, their personality changes one way or the other. But some people, their personality stays the same, even though, like, in some cases, 50%. There's one case I read out of France where they had, I forget the name of the disease, where you get water on the brain. He had 90% of his brain was compressed and damaged. Only 10% was still remaining. Yeah, and he still was normal. He still, he had a slightly lower than average IQ, but he still recognized, he still had a normal life.
Yeah, so that's actually a really good point, and that's something I thought of too.
And
Go
if
ahead.
I may, one more addition. Some of these cases are finding that even though people's personalities either change or don't change, the brain can, they call it healing itself. It remaps. The studies that are trying to watch the synapse changes, the brain will remap the information changes, like you're talking about.
I got a good one. Dr. Ben Carson.
Hydrocephalitis.
Hydrocephalitis, very good. Dr. Ben Carson, he did hemispherical brain surgery. So he's the first cat to take out half of your brain, either the left or the right hemisphere. And he tells a story in his book where this talks about whether the child will remain the same, which is what you guys are talking about, and perhaps even where the soul is physically, because he says a mom comes in and say, my daughter likes to tell knock-knock jokes. When we're done, I know she won't be the same, but we'll be able to tell knock-knock jokes. And he said, I had a boy like to tell knock-knock jokes. I took out the left side, he still liked to tell them. I had a girl like to tell knock-knock jokes. I took out her right side, and she still liked to tell knock-knock jokes. He ends up by saying knock-knock jokes are in the heart, but that might be a little irrelevant, but it seems like it's not physically located somewhere. Some things may not be physically located. And throw in my man's remapping, which, because he only does this in kids, because kids remap faster. Whatever you were missing, unable to do on the right side, motor functions and shit, you seem to be able to remap on the left. But that whatever is in your heart, the way he put it, seems to remain no matter which side of the brain you take out.
Yeah, so a matter of fact, to kind of challenge this idea, I looked into the concept of split brain syndrome. Basically, when you split the hemispheres, right? If personalities manifested as a result of just the brain, right? What will happen when you split you basically split it in half. Well, you still have one person. You don't have two people. One person.
Yes.
Right. And it's like when you remove one half, you still have one person. Right. But the other side of this is they call it the split or multiple personality syndrome, where you have multiple persons existing in one brain. Right.
I haven't investigated that. I'm not a huge, I don't know.
It's kind of like having two operating systems running on a computer right? Where one can switch on and one can switch off, but you never necessarily see them running all at the same time. It's always one going and then there's the other, right? So, yes, the software is emergent as a result of the processes of the brain, and it requires the brain to fully express itself, right? But the brain
Right.
is a super efficient machine that even if you do remove one half of it, it has the capacity to make up, right, and make the adjustment that would allow for someone maybe not to fully express themselves, right? Express the software, but nonetheless maintain the personhood,
It
right?
seems
Oh, hold on, just
scientifically
real quick.
true too.
There's one other important part, and this part is really important that Joel brought up, right? Certain parts of the brain manages certain things like anger management, hormones, all of that stuff. And if you were to tamper with those parts, right, you can essentially mess with someone's mood, right?
Right.
Because there's parts of the brain that manages mood, right? But it doesn't mean the person change, right? If you can, you know, use an electrode and kind of poke that part of his brain and he'll change his mood, right? I'll poke, GS's brain and he'll, start crying or whatever for no reason. He doesn't know why he's crying, but he's crying, right? And then that doesn't mean he's no longer GS. It just means that I'm controlling him
I
in a
understand
way
where
that
you're
he
going.
can't. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
That's what it is. If anything, Joel kind of bolstered my argument. That's a really good question.
This kind of goes back to the circle where what Richard was talking about with demonic or satanic influence on the genetic level. So what you were just sharing, Batman, that reminded me of John Nash. If you remember, the Nobel Prize winner for game theory, he had schizophrenia, very severe. There's a wonderful movie made about his life called The Beautiful Mind. Highly recommended if you haven't watched it yet.
I saw it.
Huh?
I saw it.
Oh yeah, excellent. And so he was seeing literal, not just have multiple split personalities, but he was physically seeing other people. Little girl, these CIA agent,
Spies and shit.
Yeah, and it was messing up his life, right? And so him as a scientist, he had to get help from other people who didn't have that disorder to help him recognize, basically. In fact, I loved the end of the movie. He got to the point where he was literally asking people, this new people, are you real? The Nobel Prize Committee guy came up to him. He's like, yeah. But I think that is also a symptom, and it's just my theory, based on all the evidence stuff that I've learned over these years.
No, I like the way you phrased it. Yeah, I like it.
Well, that me, that stuff like that, and what you're talking about, those are demonic influences. Those were other demons or other spirits, other personalities, whatever you want to call them, trying to influence people, even geniuses like Nash. And you have to just literally choose whether you're going to be influenced by them or not, and how you're going to live your own life, essentially. It's not
no
easy.
power over you unless you allow them that power over you.
He was in me than he was in the world, yes, sir.
I think Jamie wants to go. Welcome, Mr. Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie Russell, peace and respect. The floor is yours. By crowd vote. Or you could just be silent forever. We'll wait. No, we're going to talk while we wait, though.
Yeah.
So, Batman, you did answer my question. I'll give you that. You did answer my question as to where you believe the soul comes.
I think.
Yeah, Brick, you're going to have to refresh, brother. Your connection is kind of crap.
May I interject while we're waiting for Brick to get reestablished?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a small break too, guys. I'll be right back.
So,
you hear me now?
Yeah, Jamie, we hear you now.
Hey, Jamie. Go ahead, Jamie.
Oh,
thank you.
Something I have a really cool source here where something I notice that people, I think sometimes could mess up, and it's really easy to mess up because in the New Testament, there's like, just really briefly, So in the Hebrew, there's nefesh and pneuma, or nefesh and what's the word for it? Ruach. And then it's similar in the Greek, where there's pneuma would be like the ruach, the spirit, which is synonymous with breath. And then the psyche in Greek is like kind of like nefesh, but often translated in older translations as the soul. Newer translations will say a more efficient or a better translation would be something like living being. So when it talks about soul, like what's translated soul in the Old Testament, and the older translations would be like, it is talking about living beings because it's associated with the animals, which also have the breath of life in them. Okay. The only difference is the image of God in humans, which is like, there's many theories on what that exactly means, and traditions that hold different views on that, which informs a lot of this discussion. But in the one thing that's really important to remember too is that in the Greek in the New Testament, there's two words for body, which is soma and sarx, and both are used to speak of simply your body, the physical part of you, which may or may not be more aspective than substantive. But both are used depending on the context to speak of like sort of in the negative sense of like being an Adam or fallen, in contrast with this spiritual life in Christ. But both terms don't you can't say, well, when he uses sarx, it means flesh is in bad, sinful. Or if he uses soma, it's just a general sort of neutral use. You have to look at the context because God is restoring the physical part of the creation also, which has been lost in sort of classical theology largely. But people have noticed that the flesh isn't bad in and of itself, so you have to be really careful that you don't assume it means something bad necessarily according to the context.
I make that mistake all the time. Right, I have seen it. Go ahead.
GS, will you keep it going for me?
Absolutely. I'm going to wait till you get back, Richard, because I wanted to respond to something you said about 15 minutes ago. You posited, but in the meantime, I will like to throw this. So in response to what Odin was saying about the software and the errors, or is it my query, is it a bug or is it a feature? So my query to you, Odin, would be, are we told that free will is a feature and not a bug to cover for an error of the creator of said software? Meaning, like human beings, if we're made in God's image or our creator's image, many human beings don't seem to like to take accountability for when they step on their you-know-what. So maybe perhaps we learn that from somewhere else.
You're saying free will is a bad thing? Or at least an error in the software, not necessarily bad, an error.
Right. So according to what Odin is positing, and if I heard him correctly, it was as if there's a malfunction and it manifests as sin, a corruption, so to speak, that the program, we've all run programs where all of a sudden it shuts down on us, or we get the blue screen of death and you have to reboot, and that's not how it's normally intended to function, right?
Depends on your presupposition of determinism or not.
Well, I mean, point well taken. But if we stay on the presupposition of what I'm positing now, as opposed to a myriad of possible variants, if we could just address what I've put on the table now, I would appreciate that, because I think I could benefit from different people kind of examining.
He is saying that dude did say the errors lead to sin. Free will apparently leads to sin. Is free will an error?
Yeah. So, but before sin existed, in man, right? Free will always existed, right? I think
before sin. Okay, I'll go for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
However, right, it's as a result of that, right? Meaning that the creator added free will as a feature, right? Think of it this way, right? If you're running a piece of program and it says only upload these types of files, as in, let's say, you it uploads picture
I
files,
see where you're going. Yes, very
JPEG,
good. Very good.
you know, and PNG, right? And yet, let's say you decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to upload a PDF. So you upload a PDF, right?
You get a
And
shitty
now
outcome.
You did
you'll get a shitty outcome, right? And
Meaning
then
free will
eventually,
itself is not inherently flawed, but if you put the wrong thing in there, you can fuck shit up. I like it.
yeah,
Yeah, because like following God's law is actually what's considered liberty in the New Testament, which a lot of people miss. But the Jesus said, like, I think Jesus said something at one point, like you guys were talking about losing, like, if it's a bug, then you could ask, like, well, if you're restored, what would God remove from the software or whatever? And I think it's really problematic when people wonder if you're going to forget about, if free will is true, we can't forget about what we've been redeemed from. So in other words, like, Jesus said, to whom has much forgiven, they have much love, or whatever, something like that, right? So
well, I got a question for who was just talking? Was that Jamie?
That was me. Yeah,
okay.
Jamie.
All right. So it's interesting between OD and Jamie, and what we're bouncing around back and forth with Joe Cool as well. I find it, and Joel, I find it very, very fascinating. That what is it? A defrag, right? You got your scan disk, you got your defragmentation. So in order to not be corrupted, so I would say prayer, confession, works, faith, these are all our software's ways of defragging, like removing those gaps of sin and putting chaos out of our life and putting order into it. And every now and then we have to defragment our hard drive. Go ahead.
What do we do to defrag? Say again. Faith, I think you said. What did
well,
you
I
say?
mean, in the Christian, and I can speak as a Christian. I don't pretend to or propose to speak for anyone else. I mean, in the secular world, a defrag can be represented in the computer being defragmented, meaning taking all the files that have spaces.
I get it.
Have spaces and have it would improve the performance of it by getting rid of these gaps, right? And putting ordered files closer to each other to lessen the strain on the processor to have to find and associate files, right? So you're putting and listen, I'm not a computer guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I do understand order and I do understand chaos.
Yeah.
And I prefer order. So in order to make it to heaven, it seems like it's necessitated by us as Christians in my worldview, my ideology, not speaking for anyone else's, that there are ways to get there, and that is by prayer, confession, proclamation, praise, all these different things. That there's a roadmap to how to defrag our lives, to remove sin, and to like less of us and more of God, and how the order should be in our lives
100%.
and less chaos.
100%.
If you guys want some really crazy ideas about mental software like you're describing, Batman, I was just paralleling it with AI development, artificial intelligence, HI, human intelligence we call it. It's scaringly parallel, because even in AI development, we have the same problem, where we're trying to teach, a software program to think, or at least to reason, at least mimic reasoning. And it's not only very difficult, but it's based on what they call heuristics and decision trees. And it's our best way of trying to represent how we humans think, right? So when we make a decision, we try to weigh it, right? We try to say, okay, how probable is this decision? Is this a good decision? Is this a bad decision? If this is a bad decision, is the output or the outcome of it, whatever. And the computer does basically, if not exactly, the same thing. Yeah.
What would you put in the computer that you can't to make it more human? Right. If we're using the same process, but we can't seem to have the desired result, is there something we could throw in there, like say
a spine?
honesty, courage? Is there something we could give it that would suddenly make it function right?
Like I'm saying, the computer, that they do, the decision trees are also weighted. You know, it weights. You know, there's numerical values. It tries to calculate and predict what this decision path might lead to, and is it moral? Okay, aka is it correct? You know, is it going to lead, like in chess? Is it going to lead to the correct chess move?
So you'd have to be able to dial up the morality or dial down the morality. It's weird.
So
look at it this you have to give it a precursor of what's right or wrong. You have to define what it is. That's the big problem with big data AI right now, the Elon and all that. But the other idea that parallels with what I think what you were trying to say, Batman, as far as heaven goes, even the afterlife. So we have typically most development teams, we have what we call a gold standard, right? Where we develop an AI to be reasonably good enough or stable, we'll call it, basically. And then we'll add things to it, you know, try to let it start thinking down other dark paths, so to say. And like we touched on earlier, sometimes the thing gets so chaotic, it quote eats itself. It just goes off, you know.
I've heard the first few times they had to kill the programs because they all turned racist and hateful and all of that shit.
Microsoft's,
So it's a problem of the programmer, right?
But so we'll reset. We'll go back to that gold standard. We'll delete the bad code, so to say, the bad decisions, you know. And so that's what the afterlife is. We're still the same.
I wonder. Okay, are we resetting now? Are we deleting bad decisions now? That's interesting.
So basically, this is how you should look at it, right? In contrast to the AI stuff, the reason why AI doesn't perform the way how we want it to is a result of the programmer itself.
Well, caveat that with the fact, again, as an AI programmer, it does not ever really work the way we want it to. That's the problem.
Yeah, right. Because the type of hardware that it's on, right? The way how it processes data, right? It's, to kind of simply put it, it's very linear. For example, right?
Not necessarily, sir. No.
That's just to break it down, because for example, CPUs typically aren't used to process that data. It's GPUs, and the way how GPUs process data is slightly different than how CPUs do, right? And so what I'm saying is that you have a hardware problem and you have a programmer problem, right? See, if Jesus is the programmer, right? He set up the circumstances to generate these pieces of software, right? And if you notice that all of his teachings, right, he is appealing to the propensity to do good and to be in service of other humans, right? To be in the same image of him, the programmer, right? So since he realizes, well, okay, since because of this bug that we introduce, right, we're not going to be able to get it right ourselves, right? We cannot remove the bug by ourselves, right? Him being the programmer, right, says, okay, what I'll do is that I'll set up a situation to where they won't ruin the program themselves more, right? Corrupt the program more, right? I'll give them a process for that, right? Which is the gospel, believing in him, etc., right? Once the time of resurrection and judgment happens, right? Then he'll be like, okay, well, let me look at this particular person and I will fix the bug that exists within this person so they'll be able to exist in that new body, that better body that I'm going to give them. Right? That's kind of the way how I look at it, because I don't necessarily think the curse of sin is like necessarily like a physical thing either, even though, right, the physical experience has a part to deal with it, right? But yeah, that's how I look at it. I think it's a problem of I think the programmer, in when it comes to AI stuff, obviously, right? We're limited based off of the limitations of the programmer, basically.
Okay, and GS, before you go, to make it worse, and yes, you're in good company that you opine. We all do. I want to agree in Hillary's assertion, and thank you all for being here, for saying things that you believe matter, for adding to my experience, and for basically being brilliant people that I really appreciate, including Joe, who just dropped out. And thank you all so much for dropping by my little corner of YouTube's and adding to my experience. Thank you all very much. Okay, GS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Somebody's talking. Oh, Joel's talking to somebody. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So very welcome.
I mean,
very welcome.
Richard, thank you. Get ready to take off or not? One of the.
Yeah, the most genius person is about to speak. So if I could command a little bit of silence, that would be appreciated. So
and humble too,
and humble and handsome. Those are my three. Those are my new three. Yes. So the interesting thing is now I can't really talk about what Richard. I wanted to. So remind me. I still want to bring that up, but to Odine's point, to Joel's point, to all the people that are opining on this. So when we're talking about programming, we're talking about AI and how we think that we are the programmer of AI, or in some way, shape, or form are adding to it or being additive to it with our inputs. It still comes down to, like, if you go back to old school, like computer programming, if then go to subroutines are representations of free will, I think. However, the parameters of the user to my senses, the options arrayed before me from what we're told to God, in order to necessitate free will, there can't be limitations, right? In my mind, as the user, it would seem endless. However, the program defines the limitations unbeknownst to the end user, us, right? Meaning there are parameters, there are guardrails, there are barriers. But we can't perhaps perceive said barriers because of the limitations either of the software or our ability to imagine how expansive the software is, even if it seems endless in our minds. And I just said a lot of word salad stuff.
No,
I hope that made sense. That's
an excellent, fascinating point, Todd. And have you heard of the reference to super intelligence now? Yeah, so if you guys really want to get into it, Elon Musk and OpenAI guys, that's the main topic now in the AI world. The concern, there's literal fears of AI becoming so intelligent, surpassing the basic human intelligence, like you're saying, that we won't be able to recognize it, we won't be able to control it, and that it's going to eventually control us, like Richard's saying with Lucifer.
It seems like the way these models that mimic human responses, the way they mimic human responses is nothing like the way humans formulate responses. And so, because it's operating through so much more data to mimic human response, if that became somehow suddenly aware with that ability and then was conscious all of a sudden too, that would be scary, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Elon publicly states he thinks it's worse than unregulated thermonuclear warfare. He thinks that super AI would be more destabilizing to the globe, whatever global economics and humanity, than global nuclear war would be.
Yeah, I think researchers have done some studies, and they ask questions like, what's the most efficient way to kill off the human species? And they came up with the result really quick, and then they were checking it out. Sure enough.
Yeah, he had the recent even lecture about how, like, also to Todd's point, AI is only really, its personality, quote unquote, is mimicked based on its developer, on its programming team. And so Elon talks about how, like Gemini, for example, it made the mistake of, when asked a question about the founding fathers, it brought up pop culture references. He talked about it was like a bunch of girls or whatever. Microsoft apologized, Google apologized, but Elon makes the point that if, he calls it the woke mind virus, not to get into politics, but if the AI agrees with its programmer that offending or misgendering somebody is horrible, then what's the best way to stop misgendering is to kill all humans. We're done.
By the way, this channel does endorse the use of the pejorative woke.
Very good.
Christians invented that anyway.
Yeah, it's used universally, I think, on both sides to be technical.
This seems to be a natural kind of pause in the conversation, and I want to throw this in, Richard, to your point earlier, if I may. You posited that there's a phenomenon, and correct me if I'm wrong, a phenomenon of quote unquote, and I'm paraphrasing, manifesting the solutions to any problems we may have, or when we put a thought out there as a sender of a message. Parenthetically, I wrote a person praying. And if there is a receiver tuned into your message or inclined to want to be in tune with you, then they will receive that communication. I can't count how many times I've had a craving for pizza, and I get a text message from my wife saying 5 minutes later saying, I'm really in the mood for pizza. Let's have pizza for dinner tonight. That's just one anecdotal experience or a bit of evidence. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. Bullshit. It's right there in the statement. Anecdotal evidence is evidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't call it anecdotal evidence. Suck it, Trebek.
That's Google advertising doing that, actually.
But I mean, this is long before the internet. I think it's about having a sympathetic nature with someone. The more in tune you are with someone, the more time you spend with them, the more you. And I think Richard rightly proclaimed it. You will hear the thoughts, the messages, the needs, the pleas of those that you love the most. You'll hear them if you're paying attention in the moment. If you're not too overly distracted. It's a clarion call that echoes through it reverberates through your brain if you're paying attention. Your thoughts, Richard?
I think this is exactly why some people deny the experience of it, because they're too far in themselves and too far into life. So they call themselves realists. But the fact of the matter is, I think experientially, they never take the time to, or maybe they're psychopaths. That's also possible. They don't have empathy for others and they can't experience this. But dating way back before there was internet and Google constantly listening and feeding you information or suggesting things you have liked before, we had telephones, and it was not unusual for someone to go to someone in their physical presence. I wonder how so-and-so is doing. And they go, I think I'll call so-and-so. And they go to pick up the phone, and neither end rung, and it is those two people.
Yep.
On the phone already. So we do apparently, and whether it's like some kind of a quantum effect that the brain can sort out, and we go, I've got this feeling about this person. I've seen it go so far as a sleeping younger sibling of mine had a horrible nightmare in real time of a real event of an older sibling who was half a state away being mugged and beat up, her and her boyfriend, and woke up and told us the story before the event was, while the event was happening in real time. And my sister and her boyfriend were heading to the hospital in an ambulance is when the story was told. And here's an interesting question for you, Todd. Did you guys sort out in any of those events, which you gave one example of several events, actually, who thought of it first and which one prayed to whom? And I think that's a really important question. And I have to wonder if there is an angelic, I'm using Christian terms just because the culture I'm in, if there's an angelic retransmitter between those cell phones and we're just unaware of it, I think is another good question. But in my own personal experience, I've been very close to two people. A man who just walked out of the, if you're familiar, the Appalachian Trail where he'd been for 14 years. and as soon as he walked into town, he walked directly toward me. I walked directly toward him, and we embraced each other and gave each other a hug, recognizing each other's spirits, if you will.
Richard, is that experience governed by sort of a relativistic synchronicity or simultaneity, or is it transcend such an idea?
I think a lot of this is directed by heaven. I think much hand-holding is done of the 5-year-old human race crossing the street by higher beings. A lot of hand-holding going on, some of it evil, some of it good. And he and I would stay up all night talking about the text of the Bible and its meanings and trying to get through all of it together. Never found a disagreement. Now, he received it in prayer, and I did too. But we literally never found some point on which there was contention, only explanation and clarity. And we had a woman friend, and of the 3 of us, she was the only one that had a more trad life, where she actually owned a vehicle at the time. I had given away all of my belongings, and so had he. And we would be like sitting around whatever camp, his or mine, and you know, the topic of coffee at 2:30 in the morning would come up, and we would pray to this this woman friend of ours. I won't use proper names, although I'm inclined to, and say, well, why don't we get her to fetch us a cup of coffee? And we noted times. We wrote things down, what the intention was, whether it was a hot cocoa or if it was a cappuccino or if it was a straight up coffee, and those things often changed. And we would wake her up out of a dead sleep, and she would go and pick up the appropriate drinks and bring them to us and sit and talk for another couple hours till she got tired again.
Did you happen to stare at goats a lot?
You know that staring at goats.
You know the reference, right?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
staring at goats.
It's a joke,
Also,
but
any
there's-
form. But aren't you right? Aren't you not joking that what we're talking about here is between human caught in the middle, the angelic and the demonic. They're staring at goats. We're remote viewing each other. That's what we're doing. Now, you can label it prayer or remote viewing, or you can try to look at the chemistry of it on some kind of quantum level. All of those things are fine for me. All that's societal and perspective, and how you think these things work. But it's evident in reality, in our experience, and it's undeniable that we are attached to each other when we choose to be.
So I got the word intentionality, and I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Jamie.
I was just one place where I think something like that is going on in Scripture, but I think people can abuse that concept. We don't really know exactly how those sort of weird, mysterious things work. But like in the Bible, for instance, when Jesus says, you know, if you I forget where it is, John 5 or something, but if you come into relationship with God, you'll pray and he'll fulfill your prayers or whatever. And to me, I think it's right to say that occurs as you're being more conformed to his sort of intention in the world. And so, you know, the love principle or whatever. And so that's how you get everything you want, is by you becoming more like God. And so then those prayers are answered, but it's really you changing, not you getting what you want externally or whatever, right? So,
but Jamie, aren't you implicitly saying that the prayer is ineffectual and the change is internal?
To some degree, it seems to be. That's what it's saying. I don't think he's saying you can like want to land if you
now,
have.
I wouldn't argue with you that. Sorry, go ahead. Your internet's a little choppy.
I was just saying, like, I don't think it's saying you get what you want if you slather faith on whatever you're doing. It's more like if you align yourself with God, your desires will come into alignment with his. And then maybe at some point, it really is what you want, the same things. And that's how that happens. But I don't know. That's an interesting point. I don't think it's merely just not your desire that is being fulfilled, but it does require you to. It's not simply whatever you want because you put Jesus' name on it on your bumper sticker or whatever.
Okay, I've got two observation comments on that. No, go ahead, Gius. Go ahead.
Not to derail, but to actually accentuate what you're talking about, Jamie. In the Bible, it talks about Jesus said, "My sheep know my voice." He also, when you mentioned the Bible, I got like this absolute crushing word of knowledge of Pentecost. In that situation, it was a group of people that were told to wait. And what about when they spoke in those strange tongues and they could understand each other? They could all, even though they didn't understand this native language. And when I mean speaking in tongues, I don't mean the spiritual language of tongues, but the ability to upload and download in a community in which you are all of one mind, right? Perhaps that's what removed barriers. But go ahead.
The Holy Spirit Wi-Fi, bro.
Well, that's basically what I'm saying. Is it's Holy Spirit Wi-Fi. Of course, the angels, having had more than one earth to tend to, know all languages of all of mankind and can speak them through you if you are so inclined to allow them to possess you. Yeah, I'm talking about angelic possession is what's being described in Pentecost. So that's my basic view of that.
I wanted to,
and I lost the other.
Right? Not against.
I want to quickly add.
I said you have to. I did say that you have to volunteer to be possessed.
I wanted to just add to that. What you're describing is so scientifically observable that physicists, quantum physicists, and whatnot, they codify this. The fact that reality, matter doesn't even really exist as they talk about, and that everything is literally just observations of consciousness. And we can go into all the depths and details of the science of it, but scientists literally calculate there's numbers to put with how what you're describing the phenomenon of the spiritual aspect or the non-physical aspect of reality, the information transfer. It's been talked about for over 100 years now.
Sure. Well, it's evident in our experience,
right?
And people, I've had atheists go so far with me as to say, is there a possibility you had a brain defect, like I don't know, a tumor or something, that caused your brain to function better? No, I don't think I'm John Travolta and I'm experiencing phenomena. And typically any kind of defect with the brain causes it to act worse, not better. And that undiagnosed condition went undiagnosed and didn't negatively affect me in any way. I mean, just the extreme mental gymnastics necessary to try to deny our obvious and well recorded, as you said, Joel, experience of empathy of each other, passing knowledge along between each other, nonverbal, non-local, non-visual, non-audible. It's ridiculous.
It's mathematically codifiable is the point.
Yeah.
It's used to explain how and why it happens, not mental gymnastics or whatever, brain tumor stuff.
Right.
Is it real magic or fake magic?
Well, okay. I think that it's not magic in the sense of trickery of the mind. I think we've eliminated that as plausible, because the likelihoods that Todd and his wife both thought of pizza at almost precisely the same moment is very, very low, unless they had pre-designated pizza day of that month at that time on that Friday, and that's when they both thought of it. So we've already eliminated it mathematically for chance. Our ability to do this smashes chance. Chance is not an explanation.
But there's reasons why.
Yes, because it's real. That's the reason. Because because we actually have prayer between each other.
Real magic.
So with increase of possibility, you actually increase the. So actually, what you're describing, if Todd and his wife have been together for a long time, they've increased their probability of coming to the same conclusion at the same time. So really, that's
or
not
having similar
really
ones.
Yeah,
You know,
that's not
I
really
can agree with that, Brick, to some extent.
Okay.
You know, but you're not the first one, and I'm not the first one to think of that and test against it.
Could you repeat that? Yeah.
Brick, say it again.
So the longer you spend around someone or something, the more you increase the possibility of being, in that same vicinity of mindset of making a choice kind of thing. Like
familiarity.
Yeah, like a volcano that has lava under it, and the more it sits there, the longer and longer it sits there, the more increased chance it's going to blow, kind of thing.
Okay, that analogy was crap, but your point was really good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Star Trek.
So
no,
that
friends died. Said I'm going to miss their familiarity because he got used to their patterns. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that works in that case against that particular anecdote. However, there are other such experiences that wouldn't be explained that way. For instance, friends who had become separated over time had lost their relationship and they are not familiar with even who the person is anymore, and still experience those kinds of empathetic ideas about each other. So yeah, it works for that anecdote, but it doesn't work for all of the experiences.
Well, but okay. So the issue to me, the issue is like if you make it about some sort of ability that's let's just say, I'm just saying tentatively magical, okay, because it's like not explainable or whatever. Let's say, like what's motivating that sort of idea? Like, is it alignment of the people? And some sort of unity of alignment of what is good, or is it some sort of power that someone could have that they could then use? Because it seems to me like to make someone else align with you is only good when it's both people coming to the conclusion for the right reasons. And the beauty of it is that it's a sense of caring that's unified, rather than some sort of ability that you could project at your will against the will of another person, right?
Yeah, actually, I'll put it this way too. They chose each other for a reason.
Can I just real quick? Can I read a piece of scripture, kind of highlighting the whole?
Turn your mic up.
Is it any better?
That is better. Continue, please.
Okay, so Judas then Judas, not Judas Iscariot, said, "But Lord, why do you intend to show yourself to us and not to the world?" Jesus replied, "Anyone who loves me will obey my teachings. My Father will love them, and we will come to them and make our home with them. Anyone who does not love me will not obey my teachings. These words you hear are not my own. They belong to the Father who sent me. All this I have spoken while still with you, but the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and remind you of everything I said to you. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give you as the world gives you. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." So that is John 14, verses 15 to 22.
On
22 to 25. I'm sorry.
22 to 25. On that, I believe that the text is breaking the fourth wall, as they say in stage acting. That the reason that so much of what Christ says is not understood by the apostles is because he's speaking to the future reader, not to the apostles.
Yep. It's the same in the Greek plays, like Socrates or whoever will talk to somebody, but he's only using the person that's asking the questions or his discussion partner sort of as a foil to get his point across.
Right, like what they asked him reminded him that he should say this thing in this part of the text as it's going to be written.
Right.
But he's speaking to the future reader, not to the person who actually, which is why it's so loosely related to what they're actually asking.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to share something, especially with Brick, kind of like a counter thing. And I'll acknowledge it's strictly anecdotal, if I may share as well, but ties with what you're talking about, Richard, where I've had dreams. I don't know if, and I've heard other people have had these kind of dreams as well, where it's like I was living an entirely different person's life, someone I'd never known before, and it was extraordinarily vivid. And I've seen
Did
things.
you die?
Yes.
Okay. Were you okay, so there's two scenarios when people tell me this dream. Were you running for your life, or was the world like, were physical things falling, like buildings and bridges collapsing, a car crash?
Different, not always. Yeah, there's different scenarios. But the point I was going to raise was that I saw things or witnessed or whatever, experienced these things in these dreams, images that I've never witnessed before ever. I've seen things in my dreams that I've never seen, in my own life, and I'm like, how the heck, if a dream states are supposedly like Todd was saying earlier, defragmentations of your own mind experiences. How does my mind conjure up these images that I have no experience of?
Do you also lack the ability to forget them?
Yes, I still. Yeah, it's kind of bothering me right now. So I remember some of the.
Are they more clear and more memorable than real life?
Yes.
These are visions, and actually, I think I have an explanation for these visions.
Please.
They happen to be a lot.
They happen to you too.
A lot. I write them down.
Oh, you write them down. Great.
I don't need to write them down. I still remember them. I try to forget them.
Well, it'd be interesting if each of your experiences could afford to make a miniature movie of each of the experiences, so that other people could watch it.
They're horrible experiences, though. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I know. Here's what I think. Here's what I think you're receiving. You're receiving the death of an angel that happened during the end times. And although that angel is alive right now and does remember experiencing it, he's giving you visions of end times realities.
Prophet Joel.
Well, some angels being a prophet to you.
No, in the book of Joel in the Bible talks about that. In the end times, people will have visions and dreams.
Old men will visions, and young men will dream dreams. That's correct.
Yes. So in response to that, Joel, because you just actually quoted the very reason I was going to say this, is I used to dream when I was a child. I don't dream. It's been a very, 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 very long time since I've had a dream.
Basically, I can't remember the last time I've had one of those kind of dreams.
No, Joel, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't have dreams.
At all.
You don't remember them, but you definitely have them. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be alive.
No. What? So you can read my mind?
No, I know the studies, and if you don't have REM,
studies of
3 times a night.
Scientists say, but that's not true. I don't.
Okay, let's not start a fight here. Let's differentiate between a person's mind remembering a dream and the dream existent.
Yeah, just explain what you mean, Brick. That's all.
What I mean is,
I'm not doubting your experience, Brick, that you do not experience dreams. Yeah. I'm not doubting that.
Yeah, me either. No, I don't experience dreams at all.
Okay.
I don't think that's uncommon. Yeah.
Yeah, there are nights when, for the most part, I would say I don't dream every night when I go to sleep. But when I do have dreams, like 98% of the time, they are extremely vivid. Doesn't matter what type of dream it is. I definitely remember them. Quite a few of them, I've met people that I've never seen before, and I end up meeting them in real life. Some
Be
of
more
them.
specific. I mean, I'll do it for you because I know this story, but be
So,
more
like,
specific.
so an example is a ex-girlfriend of mine that I met. I saw her in a dream. I wrote the dream down, and we had a mutual friend. I didn't know her at the time, but I knew I had a friend who was friends with her. And after a while, we became like close friends. And then I met this same woman that I had a dream about.
You left the best part out. That you'd actually drawn a picture of her ahead of time that was definitely her.
I drew a picture and I showed her the picture, right? And I told her I showed her the details of the dream, and it matched everything about her. And she like paused for like for like a good 2 minutes, and she's like, "Okay, this is like super weird. Like, what's going on?" But yeah, that was pretty.
That was the time she was considering whether or not you were a stalker who was lying in the moment.
Right? Right.
If I can share further, not all of those really terribly crazy vivid dreams were bad, Richard. Some of them were amazing. I've had, it's been a long time, I think, but I've had some of those, and I still remember them, that I can only assume were dreams of heaven.
You know? Okay. People have had visions of heaven before, but the larger thing that I would want to ask in this kind of a claim, no matter who makes the claim, don't take it personally, is what did you learn you could not have gotten through some other source if it was a prayer-induced dream?
So I guess some specific examples. We all know about the streets of gold, so it's all gold streets. I would speak with and walk with my grandfather, who's deceased, and we would be walking. He loved to polish pebbles, and we'd be walking down one of these streets, walking outside the city, and just talking. And we just, there's a creek along the side of one of the roads. We just keep walking. He just kept walking straight into the creek, and we're walking and walking, and eventually we're underwater together. And he's picking these polished stones up off the ground. And there were buildings that I'd meet some friends with and stuff, that like the whole side of the building, the building was there, but like the whole sides that were facing in the center of this town square were missing. And you could just jump up or fly up into the, there's just all kinds of weird things that I've never heard of before. So I don't know if it's just my mind making random thoughts and stuff, but it was very, very vivid. I can remember names.
In my experience of remote viewing or a prayer, I have found that I will complete stories that weren't there. For instance, I've remote viewed flyers that I receive in the mail from stores I have purchased items at before. Now, I do not know what specials they're going to run this week or this month. So I don't open the magazine or the flyer. And I remote view what's inside that they are advertising, which could be any number of 10,000 different objects, right? And I remote viewed a tarpaulin one time, and I was drawing the tarpaulin as it was represented correctly at the right angle of the right color in the picture inside. But my imagination started adding to it, and because I didn't know what I was drawing, I didn't know what was actually in there, I started trying to complete a picture that wasn't there. I'll show you how. What was actually a tarpaulin and with a grommet in the corner, my imagination made that into a socket, and it made the whole thing into a socket set, which was inaccurate. And I'm just saying there's a hard process of learning the difference between an angelic or demonic presence giving you information and your internal imagination adding to it. That is a difficult process.
Yeah, imagination fills in the gaps, so to say. Yeah.
Yeah, we will naturally want to fill in gaps. The hard part is okay. So we are pattern recognition machines on a very fundamental level, and we want the answer. So we want the final picture, and we have no patience for a partial picture, and that's one of the biggest problems with prayer. Go ahead, Todd.
Actually, I just wanted to sleep at the time. But
Go ahead if you wanted. If you had an immediate comment.
Sorry.
Oh. Well, to Brick's point, I used to have incredibly profound dreams, very explicit dreams, not explicit as in like XXX or anything like that, but very illicit dreams, I guess would be. No, that's probably the wrong word.
Definitive,
realistic,
descriptive dreams, and I posited earlier that being that we're primarily water retains memory. Is it possible that, I mean, everything everything around us, the humidity, the water we drink, I mean, it's been inside of another person, urinated out, or I don't know, defecated, whatever, however you want to describe it, bled out onto the soil, and in one shape or form or another has been recycled throughout probably since, I don't know, however long God says the earth exists. So
you heard me, GS. I said you ruined water, bro.
Well, yeah, Roger.
It's the same as it was before he started the idea.
You probably heard. You reminded me. There's again scientific research showing that there's memory retained in like heart muscles and organ transplants. People have these memories from other people.
Well, there's not only that, but also if you send electricity through meat, it'll pulsate. It'll remember that it was supposed to do this function. So therefore, while you're having these dreams, I don't want to get sidetracked. That's not a hill I'm even remotely considered dying on. Yeah. So like to Brick's point, I've seen an absolute diminishment of my, at least in fairness, of my recollection of dreaming. And, but I've had a lot more visions. Now, to Richard, the things you're saying, I used to experience quite a bit. When I was on Periscope, I had this person that came into my chat room that hadn't been in my chat room for a while. And I'm standing there in my living room, and I had Periscope on my big TV, and I was sitting there, and I had my phone on a tripod, and we were going over something. And all of a sudden, this person who I hadn't seen in almost a month come into the channel. I'm like, and his name was Gone Fishy. As in gone fishing. And he was an older gentleman, retired. And as soon as he came in, I said, "Hey, Gone Fishy, it's been a long time since I seen you." And I said, and all of a sudden I got dizzy to the point where I almost fell over. And I said, "Whoa!" I couldn't explain what had happened there. And I said,
"Let me guess, he had a heart problem."
No, he actually fell and cracked his head real bad. He was in the hospital for almost a month when he was in the shower. Because you made me jump the story a little bit, but I said I'm getting this pain in my head. No, it's okay. No, it's perfectly okay. And I said I'm getting this pain in my head. I said, and he basically told the story, and I'm like, so the point I'm trying to make is I get really leery, and this is before I was a Christian. I get really leery about claiming stuff like that because I'm not sure the origin of it. So I become very cautious. So and this might sound like a finger pointing or an accusation or a tale of woe or warning. When we're focusing on these things, who's giving us the information? What entity is giving us the information is what I would caution all of us to be very, very careful about. But your thoughts on that?
No, that's a really good point, because Satan and his kind know the Bible too.
Mm-hmm.
And they know the truth too. But if a person's going to be conned by a demon, and I'm just going to call it a con, there's got to be an end goal. No matter how long the con is, there's an end goal. And just never forget that.
How would you know the difference?
Well, I'll tell you how I think I know the difference. So they can, both the angelic and the demonic can say things that are true in reality. All right, I'm going to grant that right off the cuff. However, the angelic are only edifying and bringing people up. The demonic are always using truths to bring people down, such as the internal idea that you are overweight. Well, you may be overweight, but an angel would be more inclined to tell you what to fix so you become not overweight, and wouldn't use it to diminish you. What's that?
The bad character would say the same thing. As long as you're not serving God, that's the only thing that the bad one cares about.
Well, I mean, a very oversimplified example, and I agree with you.
Yeah, so he could, like the bad one could care about your health. He could care about it all day long. But if you're not serving God, that's what he cares about.
Okay, I need to do this, and I apologize for my rudeness. And Richard, feel free to just mute me or kick me off if you don't want me to do this. I feel this need. I don't know. There's a spirit of contention that I've noticed in my brother Bricky. That's really been coming up the last 2 or 3 days or 4 days, and it hurts my heart because Brick is a man that I look to for a level of.
I have to clarify something before you continue. I have to clarify something just to be considerate. Brick, if you consider yourself amongst brothers and would have this conversation now, your choice. If you would have it privately at some other time, your choice.
I just want to pray. That's it. So the point.
I'm down. I can handle it.
So Brick, I look to you as a mentor of choosing peace when argument is an option. You choose peace, and those words, your words, echo through my mind all the time, and I'm seeing that. And I just want to do a quick prayer. This is the part that is it okay, Richard, if I just do a real quick prayer? I'm not going to wear bells on my garments. Okay. All right. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, where there are two more gathered in your name, there you are in the midst. Let the atheist squirm and squirm and squirm in anguish with your words, that I will speak Jesus over this situation in this immediate moment, Lord. Lord, that we are supposed to be given a supernatural peace that surpasses all understanding, Lord. Let my brother Brick continue to harness and find that peace, Lord, that whatever is poking and prodding him, or frankly anyone in this room right now, especially me, Lord, let us find that supernatural peace that surpasses all understanding, the peace that only resides in following you. I'm following your son. I thank you for it in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Brick. I'm rooting for you, bro. You're an inspiration to me, and I feel like something is attacking you, and I rebuke it in the name of Jesus here right now.
Well, if you feel that, then hey, I appreciate it, bro. You know, and it's always necessary, always. No, with that, so for me, right, it's interesting because I do put my opinion out there, and quite often people tell me that I'm wrong, but they never ask me why I have my opinion. That happens a lot. It's not a point of contention, it just happens a lot. I really don't care whether they like my opinion or not. It doesn't matter to me one way or another. I'm going to be my own man. But it is interesting because I did bring up 2 points tonight, or today, this morning, where I was told that I was wrong. I brought up, where is the soul? I just asked the question, if there is a soul, where is it? And then the other one was about dreams. So I just asked a couple of questions.
I don't remember anybody saying you were wrong, did they?
Yeah,
no,
I
actually,
don't remember anyone saying you were wrong.
I was saying that one of your theories is counter evidence, but it doesn't make it wrong.
And if you want to believe that I'm wrong because I don't have dreams, and then I say I don't have dreams, and that scientists say this thing does happen, that's okay. That's what you listen to.
It's
my
just
response to that too is because that's not uncommon. I know a lot of people don't. I don't.
Yeah, just the way that you phrased it. Once Richard re-clarified, I was totally fine with it.
Yeah, I think Todd and I both mentioned we have fewer dreams these days than we did back in the day.
Beyond the point of whether you believe what I'm telling you is true or not, the interesting factor that I find is that you don't ask me why.
I did. I asked you, can you clarify? Yeah. Why? Yeah.
And for my issue, it was irrelevant to why. I mean, you made a bold a bold claim, and I just knew that you would be the first person on record for that to be the case.
Oh, okay.
If you want to talk more about it, by all means, I'd love to hear it.
Interesting. No, well, I mean, it's irrelevant, apparently.
We're talking about dreams, and I guess
I have
the point, Richard, is that remote viewing, I guess, is the point.
Well, I think there's a difference between a dream and a vision. Visions for me tend to be unforgettable, Hollywood or better quality film. Not like vague impressions, like a dream that I have of a memory or of a person, or even like my human dreams have been like often centered around personal promotion or sexuality or things like this. Really common, I want a cheeseburger kind of things.
Something unrealistic.
Yeah, but they're very impressionistic. They're not like a continuous themed, with an end point that it's trying to teach. That's my dreams aren't like that. But the visions I've had have been very much like that, teaching me something very, very specific, things that I otherwise couldn't have imagined or known, that are falsifiable, true in reality. I've had visions of the location of an object that there's no way I could know where it was, and the preceding vision was specific down to the minute and ridiculous, and not even needing to know those things. I would give an example. I'm going to make this as brief as possible, and a lot of you have heard this story. The existence of a physical object, its location, the vision included me walking to the object, so the route, and me actually like walking in real time, where your self camera is like going back and forth and a little bit up and down, like you're walking. The objects that were lying close to it, me actually bending over to pick it up, like those kinds of unnecessary details were in the vision. And all of it, when I went there to pick up the object, all of it was 100% accurate. I could have made a Hollywood quality movie about it before I even walked away to go get the thing, to a place I've never been my whole life.
May I make a declaration? I had a dream that, generally specific, would engage in active listening, and my dream has come true. I'm looking at him, and it's like, yeah, he's definitely paying attention and listening intently throughout this whole time. So yeah, man, good on you. You see how much shit you pick up when you're like really listening. It's like certain things are like, I got questions. Right, so now you get, huh?
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to big up my friend real quick.
And I named myself before I came in after what Generally Specific was saying, and so I just really appreciate if you read my name out loud.
Very cute. Competition.
Yeah, GS, if you would read it. Yeah.
If I would read whose name out loud?
My name, the top center.
Dead center.
No, there can only be one.
You see, I named it on review. Look at you. It's just humility. You won't even read that about yourself.
I'm a realist.
Oh.
GS, can you just read mine real quick?
I'm just a man. Mm-hmm. I believe that about you, but I don't believe that about the Hitman guy, though, because those are all my tags.
No, the point was that you'd have been saying it about yourself.
Yeah. Right, but the fact that he has it labeling himself, that's fake news. Fake news.
Fake news.
From 2024.
It's okay. You guys will learn each other's sense of humor over time if you just keep coming back and engaging with each other.
That's all right.
Okay. All right. Time for a new assertion. Have we run that one down? Is everyone done speaking on that topic?
I got to trim my beard, dude. It's insanely unkempt. Unkempt.
Yeah, I got to trim.
I love that word, unkempt. Let's talk about the word unkempt. Can anyone spell the word unkempt?
Yes. UNKEMPT.
Yeah, look at that. Look at you in your big brain, ivory tower, Harvard mouth.
Mom was a school teacher. What can I tell you?
Longest beard you guys have seen in real life?
Oh gosh, ZZ Top, the guy with the longest beard.
Oh, the longest beard.
Oh, saw it in real life. Sorry,
I would say Tiffany Napier, because Chris Ryder is absolutely juggling. You know what? He's on Grindr. That's all I'm gonna say. She is the longest beard I've ever seen.
I've seen some length beards in real life. Some biker dudes with some long beards.
Yeah, me too.
Who's this?
I live in a tourist town. It's not a very big city, but there's a lot of people that file through. I've seen some pretty darn amazing beards.
Yeah, you hang out with the plumbers, you'll find some beards.
So like Richard,
mine got to about my stomach. I was at SpaceX, but the longest beard I was getting in line at Walmart, I think somewhere here in Dallas, and this guy, his beard was literally touching the floor. And I walked up to the guy, he's like, man, your beard's so long, you probably could join some contests. And he's like, well, yeah, I am in a contest.
That's wild.
All right, break
the floor. I kid you not. It was well kept too, Todd. It was nice.
Okay, we got to get off beards. Sorry.
Yeah, it's your turn to pray for me now, Brick, because I'm being attacked now because I tried to pray and intercede for you. Because now I'm bringing up inappropriate things in a beautiful channel with a wonderful discussion, and I'm derailing it. So I confess, I ask for forgiveness, but I'll take whatever silent prayers you have.
Cute. Well, that was already too much time on something if it's true.
Well, I'll give you a little prayer. Just
right on.
Because I can appreciate that.
All right, so I'll make an assertion to start a new conversation, and then I'm going to go have a cigarette. So yeah, I'm gonna drop a little stink bomb and walk away. Let's see, what's a good one? You guys have all heard of my contentions with the Sabbath, that it's neither Saturday nor Sunday, but is the entire event of end times, and that we haven't entered into it. Yes, everyone's heard of this.
The last day.
Yeah, you said that at the wrong time. You should have brought this up when Jamie was here.
Oh yeah.
Why? What don't I know about Jamie?
Seventh-day Adventist. He is super fixated on Saturday Sabbath.
Yep.
That is interesting. Yeah, he is Seventh-day Adventist, isn't he? That's correct.
Yeah, and the Book of Daniel are his two main things.
And what about the Book of Daniel?
I think it's chapter 9 when it's the abomination of desolation.
Sure.
He is hyper fixated on that.
And is he a partial or full preterist where he thinks these things have already happened?
I couldn't say. But I don't think he's a full preterist. I don't know about partial.
Okay. All right. So if these four statements are biblically coherent, and if all four of them exist in the text, and those four statements are mankind is part of God's creation and is not perfected until after the judgment, and the statement God rests the Sabbath from all of his creation because it is finished, and God has rested in the past and had his Sabbath, then, is that all four of them? Seems like I melded two of them into one. That's okay. Then I should conclude that a different earth than this one has been completed, and the ascension of that earth has already happened.
That seems consistent.
Not enough of a stink? Yeah, I think it is.
Is
that enough of a stink bomb?
Yeah.
What do you think, Joel?
You've had entire shows in the past that I'm remembering on this, so
yeah,
your secrets are already revealed. So.
Okay, how about this one? Jesus confirms things in his speech in the immediate time to the apostles of ideas that they already had, but historically there was no such idea at the time. So how can Jesus be confirming something as true that no one prior to that believed?
Oh my gosh, I love it. So that, again, this is the second time today you reminded me of my favorite quote from Spinoza, where he made, I believe, a Christian confession on that.
Which is?
Oh, let me just bring it up. Oh my God, I get in so much trouble.
When you find it, go ahead and read it for us.
I'll bring it on screen if you like.
Sure.
If you want to go smoke, I can put it on screen.
Yeah, sure.
That's not it. Hold on. Spinoza. There we go. Present. Share screen. Window. Share. Okay, here we go. All right. Right here. We may be able to quite comprehend that God can communicate immediately with man. We were talking about this earlier, the dualism. For without the intervention of bodily means, he communicates to our minds his essence. Still, a man who can by pure intuition comprehend ideas which are neither contained in nor deducible from the foundations of our natural knowledge, again, what you were just talking about, the dreams and the visions, must necessarily possess a mind far superior to those of his fellow men, nor do I believe that any have been so endowed save Christ. To him, the ordinances of God leading men to salvation were revealed directly, without words or visions, so that God manifested himself to the apostles through the mind of Christ, as he formerly did to Moses through the supernatural voice. In this sense, the voice of Christ, like the voice which Moses heard, may be called the voice of God. And it may be said that the wisdom of God, i.e. wisdom more than human, took upon itself in Christ human nature, in that Christ was the way of salvation. Nobody else will say except a Christian. This is the reference if anybody wants to look it up for themselves. I'll post this in the room.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, so I mean that's an interesting point, but doesn't cause a conversation. So
the answer to the question.
Well, I wanted to get more clarification. So basically, when you say things that they didn't know, what specifically are you referring to? Are you referring to the message of salvation? Are you referring to how God would exist? Like, can you be a little bit more precise or give an example?
And if I may,
sure.
The fruition of the law.
Sure. Oh no. Well, they already had law. No, this is something. Okay, the overall point of this is there's a future intended reader to understand these things, and Jesus already knows what needs to be said to that intended reader, and that is for a certain time. The whole of the Bible is for that certain time. That's the overall point. It's not for the past. It's not even for our present. It's for our future. In order that Jesus says there are many mansions or rooms or houses, depending on how you want to read that, in heaven. Were it not so, I would have told you, which he gives voluntarily, not to the question that they actually are asking him, but is a confirmation of a belief they hold, which, if it was said 2,000 years ago in the ancient Near East, nobody had that idea. That was not a standard idea. That is a brand new idea held by modern people right now.
I would like to further add how he revealed things such as, many have said that if you, how did he put it? How he basically went deeper than what the letter of the law seemed to say. That if you even have lust with a woman, it's considered adultery. That was, I think, brand new at the time. The fulfillment of the law, the purpose of the law, he said.
Right, but I would put that under the category of correction of understanding the law of the Old Testament.
And future contexts, yeah.
Rather referring to as the past something that had not yet happened,
Right.
which is what he does there.
It sounds like you're saying he's telling the apostles a future context of things that will not make sense.
No, but they already hold the idea. He only confirms it. But it had not yet happened. It didn't happen until very recently that people believed such a thing. In fact, it only applies very recently and into our future.
Oh.
Well, I mean that would go hand in glove with the concept that it's not a sin to have a thought. It's a sin to have that thought and not take it captive if it's not something that glorifies God, right? Like, so if you have this thought in your mind, like, oh, there's a pretty girl, and then you start to manifest thoughts of sin with that girl, instead of saying, I'm going to take that captive and not allow that to propagate in my mind. Right. So it's okay to be attracted. Oh, okay. I'm not supposed to act on that thought. I'm not supposed to manifest more thoughts revolving around that thought. Is that kind of like
on that particular point? I would argue that lust is different than attraction. You can be attracted to somebody without lusting after them.
Well, so the question would be, can you lust after something you're not attracted to?
So I think some people do, yeah. But yeah.
Well, can you show me? Can you demonstrate one iteration of someone lusting after something that they don't find attractive?
There's all kinds of perversion out there.
Right. But that means you would necessarily find that, which I call a perversion, you would call an attraction.
I wouldn't want to go too far into it, but I've at least known people that.
Oh no, don't backpedal now. I don't want you to stumble and bang your head on the ground. You know why you're backpedaling.
Things because they're not attracted to it. There's like words for it and stuff.
No. Hold on. Let's be clear. Because you consider what they're attracted to as unattractive, you label it a perversion.
No, other people. And again, there's psychological terms for it where people can have weird, whatever.
But who subjectively is describing something as weird? The norm, society. Yeah. You're talking about societal norms. When you say some or most, you're not saying all.
I'm just saying there are terms, and I think I've met a few people that are.
They're called paraphilias.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not necessarily attracted to it in a normal, healthy way. They like it because it's grotesque.
It can even be fascination rather than attraction.
I think you're missing the point because you're too subjectively tied to the idea. You're not pulling yourself from a 30,000 foot view. Well, then if you got my point, then we wouldn't be arguing the semantics of that which you consider or society greater considers to be a perversion or a grotesque thing.
I don't
might
think
not be that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle. Go ahead, man. It's clear that you feel it's important for you to speak. Go ahead.
Well, you made the statement about us arguing, and I just wanted to make the point before you continued that I didn't think that we were arguing. We were just trying to be as specific with our language as possible.
So we're just not arguing?
Well, if I may jump make another example. So, I can look at my wife, she's in a beautiful dress, her hair, I can look at her and be attracted to her without necessarily lusting after her at that particular moment. I might later, but.
That wasn't my prompt. My prompt was, can one lust after something that person or that thing is not attracted to?
Yes.
There has to be something drawing you to it in order for you to be attracted to it. The law of attraction. A magnet that's turned opposite is going to repel. A magnet that's turned the right orientation is going to attract.
Right, there's attraction. There's a desire. I would probably be a better definition, but it's not necessarily
attraction as a general definition. Let's not get all pseudoscience about it.
Generally specific,
not pseudoscience, true science. But
let's apply it. What is the definition of the word attraction?
There you go. Put up.
I know what it is. You guys seem to be mixing and matching all the pieces and parts to suit your argument at the time.
Your question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You asked what attraction meant.
Do you see how it's hard? Do you see how it's hard to listen while someone else is talking when other people are interrupting them? So now we've learned a lesson, right? So now it's like kindergarten. You don't push kids and take their toys. You don't touch people without permission. You try not to interrupt people while they're talking. Go ahead, most beautiful, super, ultra, hyper genius guy.
Trying to take turns. Come on.
Yeah, I answered your question. Attraction.
No, I couldn't hear you because I was interrupting by talking at the moment that you were trying to answer. Do you see how there's a barrier to communication when you do that?
I've seen you do that a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see how I can't really understand what you're saying right now because there seems to be a barrier to communication right now?
I decided
Isn't it? I'm sorry. I hope I'm not frustrating you by interrupting you and talking over you. While
oh my God! Shut up, JS. Please.
So I'm just curious. Am I doing that?
That's why you're over talking.
So tell us.
You realize I can mute you, right?
Yeah, well, go
fuck
ahead
off,
and do
Sparkle.
it.
Fuck off. Properly fuck off.
Night, Sparkle. Bro,
fuck you.
You come up talking about I can mute you, man. That's garbage.
Look. Hillary's tried giving the definition of attraction twice.
Yeah, and I'm demonstrating it's
Twice.
fucking rude to interrupt, Sparkle.
Yeah, that's why I'm emulating your behavior.
Oh my gosh! Come on, guys.
I didn't do anything. Okay,
he
left.
He didn't take everything captive. Shame on him.
What
they
the
take
fuck?
every thought captive. No, he wants to run things and be in charge, and when he can't, he rage quits.
Yeah, Brick left also. So apparently, they're
a couple.
re-daring to say tell them to shut up, so you can give your definition for the third time. Go ahead.
May I politely ask everybody to go back to Richard's question?
Sure.
What was Richard's question?
Something about how did Jesus know to tell things to the disciples that nobody in that time frame could have known, and that how Richard's conclusion was how it was meant in the context of future readers, aka us.
I don't even know how to begin to answer.
Yeah,
that, to be honest.
It is difficult. Yeah. Basically, so I think Richard's example initially was how Jesus spoke about how that when they ascend to heaven, they'll be in his Father's house, and if it were not so, I would not have told you, is the context that Richard's example. And then I brought up the idea of how Jesus also relayed the fulfillment, quote unquote, of the law, the purpose of the law, such as, you've heard it said not to commit adultery, but Jesus says, I say, if you even lust after a woman, you've committed adultery in your heart, which was, I think a foreign or non-common belief back then.
I'm sorry, but I love this. Midnight caused that problem. Yes.
Okay, come on.
Well, hey, you know what? He wants to blame me for running him and Jay also. Fine, I'll be the asshole.
Oh, he typed that right after you said it. Which on their stream is going to look like he said it and then you said it because of the lag.
Did I represent his question properly, guys? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, Richard's smoking. He asked us to. So we're trying to be nice to each other, but that didn't work
out. Yeah. Okay, but I would like to hear the definition of attraction.
To be drawn towards something.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's trying to make the distinction.
You can lust after something that repels you.
Yeah, and also you can be attracted to something without necessarily lusting sexually for it.
Correct. As far as Jesus knowing things before they were concepts known at the time, this has happened with other people too. That's what makes them ahead of the curve. But I would need specific examples to know if we're just inferring or reading into the text things that they would not have necessarily meant at the time, because we can do this. We can do the same thing with Chinese philosophers.
I think Richard would be better qualified to reply to that, as I am. I don't think I am. I'm a technology guy.
I would like to have a conversation with someone who doesn't want to be a bitch. Okay, well, that's certainly not JS. I'm sorry.
I love that you're calling him JS instead of GS.
Well, sorry, Jay.
No, it's like Trump calling Newsom Newscomb.
Oh,
Use
so
him?
no,
Oh, I get it.
I'm kidding.
It was
Just, dude, okay. You want to call me rude? You want to call me an asshole for merely coming on
Oh,
and saying, "Go ahead."
no, don't even pay attention to them. You know, they ran away. They were in the wrong. They couldn't handle you telling, the truth and just pointing out a simple fact that was obvious to everybody. And because he couldn't control the conversation, he's just a soft Darth Dawkins. It seems that because the whole time I was quiet, only a very few times did I speak up and say anything, and it was just to make minor little corrections that I agreed with his major point. I just wanted people to have the entire correctness and not just mostly correct. And then he threw a fit.
Yep.
And may I be so bold again to ask, instead of talking about that, let's talk about the actual topic.
Yeah, Joel, we were happy to. You said the last you mentioned was that you wish that Richard was here to give the examples. So without examples, we're kind of at an impasse.
Okay.
Yep, pretty much.
That's true.
Usually Richard puts up his signs and he'll be right back, but now
He told
just,
us.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he took his break right before you joined, Sparkle.
Yeah, about 2 minutes, I think.
Well, this is another topic. I'm a technology guy. You guys want to talk about technology? I'm all for it. Always.
I mean, you had a good Spinoza quote, and
Yeah.
Brojo said that. Let me scroll up.
Oh, someone coming on it?
No, he's not. I don't think he's coming on, but I'm trying to roll up and find what he had said. The only thing I can find is, a lot of good content, but how do you know that he knew? But by faith in a book. So that's kind of a generic statement, though.
Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't promote faith in the book. It's in the concept. It's written in the book. Philosophy.
Yeah, if we know that there are examples of the text that go back nearly 2,000 years, then you don't have to have faith in the book to read what it says. So yeah, I don't understand this point.
Well, the book is the archive. The concept, yeah, the key. Yeah, that reminded me of Spinoza's quote that Christ has the what do you call it, exceptional or beyond human mind to know things not deduced by our natural knowledge. Is my best answer to Richard's question.
But don't all humans possess that ability? Not all of them demonstrate it, but I think that we've all been given flashes of insight that are things
Well,
that we
so that's what we were talking about earlier today. I don't know if you were here for that. Yeah, earlier today we were talking about remote viewing and visions.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it's a good mix. Maybe somebody should have told Spinoza. I don't know. It was like 1670.
Well, he was going off what he knew at the time. How many people would he have direct contact with? Mostly it was by correspondence, which took, weeks or more to travel.
Yeah, that was from his Politicus Tractatus book, which wasn't published till after he was murdered.
Yep.
Very rude.
Yeah, people used to take censorship seriously back then.
Yeah, just a little too much.
I mean, I would say people still take censorship seriously these days. I mean,
yeah,
he was canceled the hard way.
No joke, right? Like on Twitter, on YouTube, you have to censor yourself so hard it's insane.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I heard Mark Zuckerberg within a week ago agree with Elon that he regrets being influenced by the government to ghost accounts. Yeah.
Do you guys think that society is better or worse since people are less inclined to I guess to censor themselves? Doesn't matter what it is.
I mean, I would say better in the sense of to where ideas are more out in the open nowadays. Yeah, there are some ideas to where Like, you can't really bring them up because they're just way out there. But
Did
yeah,
everyone understand Batman's question that way? Because I took it differently. I took it as, is self-censorship better or worse? And I would say externally imposed self-censorship is a bad idea.
Yeah, because my first impression was in the military we call that tact. If you want to, it's part of effective communication. Sometimes some things you keep to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Again, agreed. Not to silence ideas, but just to have a better, effective communication style.
well, see, there's a just want to say something really quick. There's really there's an issue with those with people who want to who self-censored. They want to they will eventually want to censor others.
Well, I can
agree
censor
with
some of the
that.
things that I say, just like you said, out of tact, out of kindness for other people's feelings. I'll soften my statements, but I don't necessarily. Well, I don't want to use that word. I hate that word. But I won't tell others that they need to censor themselves to be more palatable to me and my
Yeah,
sensibility.
no, I'm not saying you, but I have seen it happen to where people censor themselves to the point where they want to censor others.
Right, that's
and it is
externalizing.
frightening. Yes.
Is Math Pig's latest comment an example of that? He censored himself a little bit.
I mean, I think self-censorship is beneficial in the sense that for like maybe maintenance of a community.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how censorship can manifest, it could be kind of like cleaning up the words that you would normally use in certain situations, right? To express yourself. I see that as censorship. Because how you say something might not fully represent how you might feel. Does that make sense?
But is that censorship versus just effective communication? Is my question.
I think effective communication can come with some censorship.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think there are goods and bads in every situation. I am more inclined that society not engaging in more self-censorship is probably bad, but I think that's just as a result of most people in general not being good communicators.
Well, I agree and subscribe to the once popular notion that doesn't seem so popular anymore. That, and like Elon puts it, I think brilliantly, the main reason behind why he wasted so much money buying Twitter was the people that come up with really bad, dumb, evil ideas, whatever, they identify themselves to society. Don't censor them. Don't silence them. Let them speak. Let them show who they really are. Let them self-identify.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I don't see why anybody would want to censor anybody, including themselves.
And Joe Rogan, I watched one of his recent podcasts. He was talking about how he identifies himself as a liberal left wing. People mistake it because he's a big buff guy. He grew up. His parents were hippies in San Francisco during Vietnam. He talks about how the left wing, whatever liberal, whatever you want to call it, politics. He grew up with the idea that don't ever censor anybody. Freedom of speech is paramount. They promote letting freaking Nazis have rallies just to let them speak, whether you agree with them or not.
Yeah, the only way to fight bad speech is with better speech. Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's why I was saying, like, there are ways to do things. Like, if the Klan wants to have a rally, right? They would want to make sure they get a permit, make sure they don't go. They're not going to go through some communities where you're going to endanger yourself, right? But because that's the thing, right? With free speech comes free consequences, as I say.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
and not all of the consequences are going to come in the form of words, right? And so I think, I think there's an aspect of it where maybe, just maybe, we should consider better forms of communication.
Yeah.
For the sake of it.
Tact. Right? This is Richard. Ability are more consistent throughout the text of the Bible. Thou shalt not should be read as declaration of inability. I've heard you make this argument before.
Yeah,
it reminds me of our conversation about it months and months ago, I think, about the ISO certification. They were very particular on what the words may and should and shalt and could meant. Those are very heavily codified.
It's the same in the law. May is permissive, but not even suggested. Should is preferred, but not obligatory. And shall means always required.
Shalt not.
Yep. So shalt not would be never permitted. And an inability would fit that criteria. So I think this is exactly right.
Well, so then the question mark, the challenge in my mind, thou shalt not murder. People obviously murder.
Do we?
No.
What's your definition of murder?
Taking the life of an innocent person.
Are any of us innocent?
Well, I mean, that aside, that's a good question. And I don't think there is such thing other than in an infant someone. And yes, I consider abortion the taking of a life and that person to be innocent. But even if a child were aborted during a pregnancy, it is true within the text that person could be restored in heaven.
My response as an American soldier is that we're all, as far as America's jurisprudence is, we're all considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So,
well, I think that caveat is there because we could never actually prove someone guilty of a thing. We can only say something like, and maybe that's not the reason it's there, but still, the way I think of it is there's no such thing as a fully mature person on this planet. That we all fall short. What's that?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Please.
That we all fall short because we don't even have all necessary information.
True.
So we have this fiction, the word adult, but in order for a human being to be an adult, true in the truest sense, they'd have to be already perfected in heaven, and we're not. For societal reasons, we have to have that fiction. I understand, but it's that same society that has flawed people with flawed understanding of parts of the reality, and because of that, there's no adult.
Yeah, that's the whole.
Can I speak for a minute? Can I speak for a minute, because I see something in the back chat that's kind of disgusting. I really don't want to be on a panel with someone who's just going to be absolutely disgusting, bro.
Well, mute them or whatever.
I mean, can we address this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we address this, Mr. Most Beautiful? I don't know what your name is because you come up with a fake name. When you say, will this be a hate prayer? When I say in the back chat, I will say a prayer aloud for you, GS, if allowed. And then you reply to me, I'm assuming, will this be a hate prayer? Like a subtle dig against anyone? If it's a sincere prayer, it seems like you could say that silently. Well, look, dude,
I didn't emphasize the word you, but you did.
You've got a problem with me, bro. I don't want to be here, bro.
Then leave.
Okay. First of all, hold up, guys. Hold up. It's a reasonable objection, but I'd appreciate it if both of you extend each other grace as much as possible in your discussion.
Amen.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So Hillary, he was asking a response from you.
My window air conditioner kicked on before he started talking. What was the very beginning before I heard the end because I raised the volume.
I know what your problem with me is.
I don't have a problem with you. I assure you, I have no.
It's insinuation, man. You're criticizing his ability to ask to praise for somebody. That's all.
Do you have a problem with my religion?
No, I don't even know what your religion is.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
that
You
when
don't even know me.
chose,
You know what, D-Dot, I'll come back another time. This dude is a clown.
so
Wait,
you
Brick,
really didn't want me to answer.
Yeah, apparently he's not patient enough for an answer, which is too bad.
Yeah,
I find, let me just say, I find everyone here very intelligent and agreeable with me. Okay, and I wish everyone could show everyone such grace. I really do. It'd be progressive. It'd be better for society. It's more understanding of the human condition.
How
So,
Christian, by the way, Richard.
so I think it's really important, since we don't share one brain, that we allow each other more explanation of anything that we say. And asking clarifying questions is a great way to do that.
And to get background on that back and forth, you might want to go to about 2 minutes, 2 minutes after you left the smoke. Okay.
It's already wasted too much of everyone's time.
You're right.
I don't want to continue along it. Okay, so to the argument, thou shalt not. There's it's grammatically perfect for me to say, Hillary's has control over this channel, being a co-controller, and can kick someone. Okay, so and Joel does not have that, right? So if I say something like, Hillary's, thou shalt not kick Joel, what I mean by that is I'm asserting that I have more dominance over Hillary's on this channel since I'm the broadcaster, right? That's what I would be saying by that. And that I deny him permission to do that, right? Adversely, if I said, Joel, thou shalt not kick Hillary's. Now, I'm not saying that Joel would, that I'm asserting myself over Joel. I'm just saying that he doesn't have control of the channel, and he doesn't have the ability to kick Hillary's out.
It's not my choice to
right, it's not your choice. So one way to read "thou shalt not" is a declaration of inability. The other way is an assertion of a right. Okay, that's two ways you could say it. There's several ways you could say it. Okay, but biblically, it's more consistent to say Satan cannot take a life. God can restore a life. I also cannot take a life, but only God could do that. And he says this several ways throughout the text. I'm using he colloquially. Please don't hold me exactly to that. I'm just trying to be brief. So that being the case, it's more consistent with all overall ideas of the text of the Bible that thou shalt not kill, murder, means you're incapable of it, rather than reading it as a should or an ought.
So if I may then understand, you're saying it's referring to the spiritual death versus physical, maybe perhaps.
You could take it spiritually or physically. I personally believe that there's good evidence within the text we'll have physical selves in a physical heaven.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. It's just not a common clarification, especially when you're on the battlefield.
Yeah. Right. Yes, we can delay someone's experience, but if they're ascended into heaven and restored, you did not kill them. All you did was delay their experience. And maybe have a very uncomfortable physical end.
I would argue further, you're still technically living in hell, too, if you're not in heaven. So, yeah. Being tortured.
Yeah, but fortunately for us, and they would if they could, demons and Satan cannot physically take our lives without us participating right now. And it's a damn good thing, because he'd kill us all immediately.
So it's the physical distinction. I get you.
Okay. So what? We get no arguments for this.
I agree with it.
Geo disagreed. He said premise 1 doesn't follow, or pardon me, premise 1 isn't valid, and so nothing follows. But I made a counter argument.
He says that, but my friend Geo, who is a friend, and I argue with IRL, and we enjoy our arguments with each other. He also says that logic is invalid. So take that with a grain of salt. If logic is invalid and logic is meaningless and you can make logic say anything, why make a logical argument?
Is it invalid because it's circular or because of Munchausen's trilemma?
No, it's because he doesn't understand it in the first place.
Oh, okay.
If I may,
he thinks that the Black Crow's example of poor logic means that you could justify anything with logic, and that's not true. You can't.
I wanted to share this quick meme, I guess, of another famous physicist of mine. Not to disagree with you necessarily, Hillary, but just something interesting to think about.
We have no right to assume that any physical laws exist, or if they have existed up to now, that they will continue to exist in a similar manner in the future. Max Planck. Yeah, this is one of the necessary presuppositions of science that sorry, anytime anyone says even the smallest noise, I get completely derailed and have to go back. And I apologize for my brain, but that's just how my brain is. I know that's horribly inconvenient for everyone involved. That presupposition of the continuation, often called, now I can't get the word, where it will continue as it is. Help me out, Hillary, you know this word.
Progression?
No, that it will continue as is. Things will remain the same.
Immutable properties?
That works. It's not the term I was looking for, but it works.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with Hillary. It's just bringing up the point that a lot of things that we assume are, quote, laws are assumptions.
No, I totally agree that they are hacks that our brain comes up with to simplify what we observe. But fundamentally, everything breaks down.
Sure.
Science is not perfect. With the answer.
Uniformitarianism. That's the term I was looking for.
Yes, thank you.
I consider that a religion.
Yeah, it's really a faith position. It is because it's obviously the black swan fallacy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pure assumption.
I mean, assuming the uniformity of nature.
Yep.
Yeah, that it will continue as it has, just because it has for all of the time we've observed it. That's just
it's worse than that. I was going to say it's the assumption that things were in the past based on how they are now.
Right, or even that they're the same in other parts of the universe that they are here locally that we observe. Yeah,
correct.
Yes, the problem of induction. But wouldn't you say that that it's actually, it would make sense to have that assertion due to the intelligibility of the universe?
I don't like the argument from intelligibility. I don't think
if you like it.
I don't. Okay, so let me just argue against it instead of just making an emotional plea. But I am a human, so I do have emotional pleas as well. Okay, so say what you said again.
I was saying, due to the intelligibility of the universe, right? Isn't it rational to assume uniformity? Because without any kind of uniformity, can intelligibility exist?
Right. If things were randomly changing constantly, a horse appears in my lap out of nowhere. Then I couldn't exactly assume that I could do something like a YouTube show.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's two definitions of intelligibility. Do you mean the ability to perceive information from long distance away, or do you mean the ability to interpret the information?
No. Basically, when I say intelligibility of the universe, I am excluding the observer. I'm just saying in terms of the way how the universe functions, it functions in a way that is consistent, that allows for the observer to make consistent.
So predictability is what you mean.
A little bit. 80%. Can I give a percent?
Close enough.
That's what I mean. What are your thoughts, Richard?
I'm doing something else right now, not having that thought.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to assume. I think it would be counterproductive to assume uniformity. I think that we can only base that on what we're able to observe. So to say that the laws are the same beyond the observable universe would be a mistake. We have no reason, no data to believe that.
So, is it? So the problem with that is that I see, right? It's that it's a problem of it's kind of like making an argument from science. Like we don't know, there's no way for us to know absolutely what happens.
Sort of.
18 billion light years away. Where we can only observe, let's say, 16. Therefore.
Yeah, but it's not an argument from silence, because I'm not arguing for the position. I'm just saying that silence means silence. So the fact that we have no information, but largely this is irrelevant, because all that really matters is our local observations. In our local area, we see the uniform nature. We can't go back very far into time. We can only go as far back as light, is perceived, but it appears to be fairly uniform. And then we see some apparent variances like black holes, and so then we adjust our ideas of what must be happening in that black hole, just how much gravity is there, what does it do to time and light and everything else. So that's why we're able to make it work, even though it's not absolutely uniform.
So basically, it seems I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I'm telling you, kind of what it seems like what you're saying, right? You're saying that the uniformity assumption should not be assumed because we don't have access to parts of the universe that we don't observe.
Correct. I'm saying that we shouldn't make assumptions about things that we can't observe because we can't observe them.
So when you say observe, do you mean observe like direct observation, or
in any way? In anything within the light cone of the past.
Okay, so another question. When you say observe, you mean observe as in using light?
No, I mean observe in any way.
Okay.
So we can see back so many millions or billions of years, into the past, because that's how far away the observable universe limit is. And because it's taken light that long to travel from there to here, we can make inferences about how far back in time we can see. We can't know that for certain, but that's what we believe.
So what you're really saying, Henry, is it's a good guess.
So
yeah, just remain agnostic when you don't have the data.
So wouldn't you say that if you have access to some working information to the point where you'll be able to create a model, and let's say let's say, conduct experiments, repeatable experiments, and get the same results with that model, right? And the model works up to the point of where we can see, right? Would you, if there's nothing to suggest that beyond what we can see, nothing is going on there, right? It wouldn't it be fair to just say, well, the universe is expanding, right? That's what we see. That's what, right? So we don't see any implication that it's not outside of what we see, because whatever that has passed our observation limits, right, has not come back.
Right.
Right. So wouldn't that be like an example of where we can probably at least assert in that situation that outside of the visible universe, that the universe is still expanding?
You can assert it because it's untestable. We can't assume it. So all that we can say is that we don't know. It may be, it may not be. It's best to remain agnostic if we have no way of measuring it.
So if we haven't observed something, you're saying that that's not confirmation that the thing doesn't happen?
Correct.
Or cannot happen?
Correct.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's called the appeal to ignorance fallacy. When people do that.
Yeah, and in fact, we have good reason to not accept that all of the cosmos is expanding, as is described in that universal expansion theory. That that there are observations by a very highly credited, very confirmed astronomer named Halton Chip Arp, where there were galaxies that were producing new hot bodies, and the redshift was actually predictable by the distance of the newborn body and its literal heat it was putting off compared to its point of origin, where there was a physical trail leading back to its origin, and those being very near galactic bodies. So what that says is redshift is not always redshift.
What I would like to add to all this wonderful conversation, being as big space science geek super nerd I am, what I would introduce if I were able to talk with Mr. Harper about that, Richard. So this is a clip of the cosmic microwave background radiation from the Planck satellite. Yep, about 12 years ago. It's not so much that the red and blue shifts revert, although they do. I would agree with him. What that shows, though, so this is a map of the galaxies, of the universe, so to say. What that actually shows is that, as this is showing, these are what's called super galactic formations or galaxy superclusters. That, and this is basically the edges or the near the edge of the universe versus this is more or less the center, where the Planck satellite. I mean, this rotates, so it's like a sphere, but the large bodies are in the center. And so Planck and now James Webb is further convinced that even more recently that there are, like Arp was saying, there are just as new or hot, whatever you want to call it, super galaxy clusters just as well formed near the centers of the universe as there are at the edges. So what it suggests is that the universe has no real age, that it was all literally stretched all at the same time, which confirms with Einstein, what's that guy's name? Lemaitre and the other guy that
Lemaitre.
Well, and then
French. Both of you, your French sucks.
Thank you. No, the other guy that made the equation for the actual expansion rate, forget his name, but it all shows that the universe It was actually stretched faster than the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
You guys may have heard that before. In fact, let me share this as well. This is well, basically, let me there's and this it's all confirmable by Scripture. This is all Christian ideas, by the way. People want to say this is anti-Bible.
So French is you have to put your tongue the back of your tongue halfway down your throat, and then pronounce things.
Yes. So the first expansion rate, was faster than the speed of light. So that causes time dilation, and so all of the equations, all the math adds up to this, and this is all predicted in the Bible. Biblical science, as I like to call it.
Yeah. So I mean, that's all right. So it's kind of like the issue where people come up with the idea of the heat death of the universe, right? Mm-hmm. And the problem that exists as a result of the entropy problem, pretty much, right? Mm-hmm. So the issue that we run into is that we are making our observations based on a local system in a local state, right? We're not making the observation from a universal state. And so, like, sure, in our galaxy, right, based on what we know so far, eventually, right, at least locally, not even in our galaxy, I would argue, once you make an argument for a solar system, there's nothing to suggest that the galaxy isn't set up in a way that is self-sufficient. So therefore, there will always be life and new stars being made, right? You can argue that it's matter basically just being recycled over and over again, right?
I understand what you're saying, but this is not the galaxy. This is
no. I know that.
I'm just saying,
yeah. I'm just saying that the argument that they make to justify the concept of the heat death, right? It's made based on local observations.
Well, if I may help clarify that, so that wasn't old. In fact, that in the cyclical cycle theory, Penrose's CCC theory, those are no longer common, I guess, for the common conclusion. Have you heard of the Big Rip?
Yeah, I heard about that, and the Big Bounce.
Yep. The big freeze was the assumption that if the universe kept expanding, eventually, it would entropy out and go cold and all that stuff. But so Einstein's equations confirm relativity, at least confirms that not only does the universe have a beginning, but it has a calculable end, and that's why a lot of scientists are becoming biblical believers now. And this is really cool. It ties in with Revelation, ties in with the Book of Daniel. I shared this before. So when Einstein was basically proving a lot of this stuff with math, mathematical proofs, he was making predictions that, like we were talking about earlier, that nobody had any idea of how to observe. Black holes, nobody had even known or much less observed what a black hole was back then, 1920s, 1930s. But the math was showing, eventually these black holes need to be formed. If the observations that we do have and the math that we do think works is true, then these black holes have to exist. And so Einstein came up with this prediction, him and others, that if the black holes continued to grow to absorb mass and energy, they'd become so massive they'd start to literally engulf entire galaxies, which we do observe now. LIGO and the other one, I forget the starts with an A. We're observing now galaxy-size black holes, black bodies, that eventually they would start, and they already do emit gravity waves, and that's a whole other topic. But the math, not the theory, but the math was showing that eventually these gravity wave emissions would start to expand and start to collide with other galaxy-sized emissions to the point where they start causing self-reverberating feedback. When you put a microphone to a speaker nearby, it causes that reverberation. Yeah, it gets louder and louder and louder, so eventually, it breaks something, right? Well, the same thing's going to happen in the universe. These universal, whatever we're going to call it, size wave functions are going to reverberate, get louder and louder and louder to the point they're literally, these gravities are going to start to rip everything apart down to the quantum, subatomic quantum levels. And that's what the big rip is. And so the thing that a lot of, guys, we talk about the stuff at the jobs I do, speculate is that, so when John in Revelation, they said at the last day, he saw that the sky was rolled up like a scroll, and the mountains and the islands were moved from their places. We're theorizing, okay, so if two gravity wavefront emissions were, this a black hole looks like a spiral, right? Were to collide and not spinning in opposite directions, coming near the Earth, that would look, in the way that the lights, change at the event horizon, would look. The sky would literally look like it's being rolled up like a scroll, and the gravity would literally just suck all the stuff on the planet up into space. So John literally saw the big rip happening.
I can see reading it that way.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it just makes sense. Don't know if it's true or not, but it just makes the most sense at the point.
It's unfortunate that that's in Greek, and we can't say what the original ideas were from the Greek translate. It's sad. So I refuse to make the argument that the reading that I have of it's necessary, and I don't read it that way. I would disagree with you, but I can certainly see reading it that way.
Yeah, and so that's the beauty. It's part of the fun of this kind of scientific deduction. So, because we would say the same thing. Imagine if you were a guy in the first century, second century, I guess. How would you describe seeing black holes spiraling, near the Earth, sucking up the ground? How would you describe it? I don't know.
Yeah, there are restrictions in languages. Even ours today is restricted. There are certain things we have trouble describing. And if you went back to the ancient Near East, the people, the time that the story was delivered to, and you try in their speech to describe such things, it's extremely limiting. Just because they hadn't invented terms for things that didn't yet exist.
Well, and that's one of the main reasons I love your channel and your interpretations of things, Richard, because the Bible, biblical science, just like even DNA itself, is just full of multiple observations and facts, concepts. I mean, it's just the allegory and the literal combined. It's amazing. The lessons and the things to be gleaned from it. So yeah, I think it can both.
Worst argument ever, written by Bronze Age sheep herders.
They still got it right. Yeah, that's the thing we love to talk about. It's one of my favorite quotes from the guy that started NASA's Goddard Space Science Institute, Robert Jastrow. He literally said that the astronomical observations in Genesis are the same. I love it. Freaking NASA's Genesis is science. So yeah. Yeah, it's not that the youngest is the oldest. Hillary's. If we go further into it, further into the physics of it, Einstein and Planck, they've published all of this stuff. It's common. It's supposed to be common knowledge right now. Time doesn't technically.
It's readily available.
Yes, time is a figment of our imagination, and it's a framework by which we think, as Einstein put it. So time and matter. Matter is just a frequency of energy. Equals mc squared, all that good stuff. It's a framework, but it's not necessarily how most people wish to think it is. It's not set in stone. Time is not finite. There's not like a stopwatch. There's no 13 billion years. It's just a way to measure things, but it doesn't technically exist. If that makes sense. I know it doesn't make sense, but still.
Time is interchangeable with any other distance, like length or width.
Yeah, it's a measurement. It's an abstraction. Yeah. You need people like Batman to help figure it out. It's good at abstracts. Yeah.
Yeah, because what time is really describing is causality, which is kind of a misnomer, because even if causality doesn't exist, we still have communicability. So it documents how long it takes for us to observe something at a certain other distance, which is the point I'm trying to make with Geo here. I think that he might be missing what I'm saying.
To my mind, it boils back down to what I think even you were saying earlier about how a lot of things, particularly scientific observations, are based on a lot of assumptions. Mm-hmm. And so there's a long-held assumption that light travels at a static speed, in which it doesn't, changes as in fraction. But then time itself, there's time dilation. So what we think we observe changes. And so there's all kinds of things out there, the universe, whatever, that aren't static. I mean, it's difficult to figure it out.
Yep.
I mean, I would agree that there are things in the universe that that isn't static. I don't necessarily agree that time is not a thing. I think time is a thing. I think there are two types of time.
It's
You
an
have the
abstraction.
abstract,
Yes.
right? The abstract of time, and you have the actuality of space-time. Because think about it, right? If we're going to argue, even if you were to say, okay, well, time is just a measurement of change, just to simplify it, right? But then you have this aspect of existence that's literally constantly changing, right? To the point where where depending on how fast you move or how big a gravity well you're in, right, that change is going to be distorted, right? So I think that's where the, even if we were to make that type of argument, you can still work the whole space-time idea, in there.
Sure. Hello.
But I definitely get. See, hold on. Just one more thing, Joel. I want to take a shot at you, right? Because the largest object, or the most massive, not largest, the most massive object in the universe is Ton 618, I think it's called, right? If that did not punch a hole to the universe, bro, I don't know what can.
Right? Yeah.
That was just the mass that we have now is basically what it was like, I think like 12 a couple billion years ago. It's actually more massive now because it's still feeding.
Yeah, there's a couple of neutron star collapses that made dual black holes feeding on each other. No idea. It's almost impossible to calculate how dense that is. So yeah, good luck.
And welcome, Faisal. How long have you been listening? Did you have any opening thoughts?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Well,
marhaban akhi.
Good.
Thank you, guys. So I haven't been listening to the whole thing, but I think I heard a few things in the middle here and there. I do think like interesting discussion overall. I wouldn't say anything less. It's been fruitful and thoughtful. I do want to sort of poke a few holes if I can in this, if you guys may allow, right?
In fact, we invite.
Yeah.
Not just allow, invite.
Yeah.
All right. So the questions I have, and I think I hope you guys would agree to this, that when it comes to certain knowledge, especially knowledge of any existence outside of this universe, we probably don't have the capability, at least not in the next few million or probably billions of years, until we get to a point where we can actually peek outside of the universe. We don't have those capability. So any knowledge that an existence outside of the universe holds, which we don't, which we are not privy to, the only way we will gain that knowledge is for that existence to reach out to us and tell us about it, right? So regardless of what we think, this may be, it may be like this or it may be like that. That's just sort of a shot in the dark, so to speaking.
So earlier today we were talking about either just divine revelation or even remote viewing. Yeah. There are observations that we have that are outside of our natural ability to know things, as Spinoza put it.
Oh no, don't take me wrong, Joel. I totally agree with divine revelation. I don't think that I am a Muslim, and one of the paramount faith that I have is divine revelation is true, and it's not something which happened just once or twice. It happened multiple times. There are multiple claims about it, There are multiple instances which have been confirmed, right? And from what I believe in, or what I see as well, and it makes logical sense too, is that a particular knowledge that humans seek to make sense of this world wouldn't be possible without the divine sort of reaching out to us, right? So the question I have is, if we come up with a theory, right, of that the universe might be like this, or this is what may have happened at the beginning of time, at the beginning of life, at the beginning of human existence, whatever the case might be, we don't have that knowledge with us, and we have no means actually to gain that knowledge. So without divine revelation, it sometimes becomes almost a moot point what we think. We need to seek that divine. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't know how much of it
what
you would
knowledge?
agree.
You gotta be more specific.
So, for example, how did the universe come into existence? You don't know. I don't know, right? All of these theories that we have, there is still a shot in the dark, right? We know that the universe is expanding because we observe it. So we're basically projecting it back, and we realize, okay, the universe might have
I
been.
don't think anyone is saying they know how the universe came into existence.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying any of you
It's
are,
our
and I'm not
theories,
putting words in
right?
your mouth.
Yeah, the theories, right?
Yeah. So
there are theories. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, no. So what I was saying is that it would make better sense to look for the divine revelation than to presume what might have happened.
Well, if I may be so bold,
I'm sorry, but like when you say divine revelation, right? For what reason, right? Now I'm a Christian, right? But I'm also a pragmatist, right? And I think that there are certain things that you know, if I want to find out certain things, I don't necessarily need to pray for it. I can go and do my measurement and try to go and observe it myself, right? So I'm just saying, like, you be more specific in terms of what you're referring, like the type of knowledge that you're referring to about reality.
Yeah, outside of the universe, he said.
Okay. Okay. For that, I mean, you know, praying to get that, right? Like, even if you were to, like, let's say, get a vision, right? There's like, how is anyone else going to be able to, like, verify that in any way? Right? Like, because you'll see, well, you know, it's been revealed to me that, you know, let's say it's not Yahweh that created the universe, it's Cthulhu, right? Like, how would one go about demonstrating that?
Science.
Yeah, I don't.
Science is sharing each other's observations.
To be honest, I don't think science has all the answers, right? There are certain there's aspects of truth that science is completely unable to discover for us.
Well, not necessarily unable, but we need more time. Something I love that Richard observes is that a lot of the biblical truths, for example, and maybe Quranic truths, don't make sense when they were originally published, but now they make sense now that we've gained a greater knowledge over the millennia.
So Joel, would you agree with me that, for example, when it comes to mathematical truths or other forms of truths like that, that science isn't the right way, that the scientific method isn't the right way of approaching it? That you have to look for these abstract truths, right? For example, the mind isn't something that you can prove or disprove through science.
We have ways of codifying our knowledge or our theories of such things. Like I'm sharing here on my screen from the founder of quantum physics. And he admits he's assuming that behind this miracle of beyond miraculous coincidences of all these wave function collapse events that are happening just so perfectly nonstop that we think we can perceive anything at all, much less our finger in front of our face, is happening because God's mind is regulating it all. The matrix of all matters, as Planck put it. There's things that, so science we use to codify our observations, our experiences, to archive, record, to do the math for, as you're saying. But all our best science can do is help give us the springboard for the next theoretically impossible thing to discover.
So I'm not disagreeing with the utility of science here. And bear in mind, I'm not saying that science hasn't been the most useful tool of discovering truth in the last couple of centuries, especially, or probably even more, right? I would say.
So Christians and Muslims have been using it, yeah.
Yeah. So besides that, there are certain aspects which science cannot even delve into. For example, consciousness. You're unable to identify what makes our experiences unique, right? So we do come across these sort of limitations. Plus, like, science depends on mathematics. Science doesn't prove mathematics. Science actually depends on it.
Science doesn't prove anything. I would further agree with that statement.
So that's the first thing. The other thing is that, well, I think that's an assumption on your part. We don't know whether or not we're going to be able to decipher like what consciousness is, at least a way, because for one, we don't even like have a settled definition on what it is, right? And I think once we make enough observations, consistent observations, right, and we come up with a definition, then we'll know what to look for. Because if you don't necessarily have any idea what you're looking for, then you're kind of just wasting time and resources, just like shooting in the dark, really, right? But I'm not going to assume that we won't ever, the scientific method won't ever be able to parse out something like that, right? Because there are things that are immaterial in the universe, in nature, right? Like the laws that the certain constants, the fine tuning of these constants, right? Like we can look at those things and we can literally write out the math, right, and find out how tuned they are, right, and what will happen, for example, if they, if whatever adjustments were made, right. And obviously, it's more, it's through indirect observations, right, but nevertheless, they are observations. Like I can't take the cosmological constant and like put it in a bowl and give it to you, right? So that's what I'm saying. I don't think we should make any assumptions as to what science can and cannot do necessarily, because to be frank, we're literally using rocks that we develop, that we find in the dirt, refining it, and we can use it to power whole countries, right, or to destroy them.
I object. Frank would not have said that. I know Frank.
So I just want to say that I'm not denying the utility of science. Again, I'm going to emphasize that, right? I'm just saying that at times, and especially recently, what I've noticed is because of how successful we have been with science, we've basically made science into the end-all be-all, or manner of speaking.
That is a fallacy. I agree. Yes.
Yeah, the tools that should be used. For example, philosophy is a tool, right? And at times, science doesn't have the answers. philosophy does. Theology itself is a tool, right?
Yes.
God sometimes is the explanation, and at times we have other ways of dealing with matter. Intuition is a tool.
Yep.
Intuitive truths are out there that you cannot prove scientifically, right? And actually, they form the basis on which you do science. They're the presuppositions that you have on which you base science, right? So I feel that I'm just cautioning ourselves, myself included, to the idea that science will give us the answer to everything, because that leads to a position where you basically lose sight of the prize, essentially.
You close your mind to other things. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. And I love what you've brought up. This is, I totally believe that there is a lot of truth in there, that you need religion to guide science.
So
right?
so what you're talking about?
What to guide science?
Sorry,
religion.
You need religion to
Yeah,
guide science.
Yeah.
I won't. I disagree with that. Right. Mainly for the fact that the only true motivation behind any kind of methodological reasoning or observation should be finding out the truth of the reality that we observe, right? If religion is behind pushing that forward, right? You're going to lose that, because now we're looking for we're doing science based on thinking that we already have the answer to something, right? Now, I'm not necessarily saying that people can't have their religious beliefs and be scientists and stuff like that, or you can't be motivated through your religion. But in terms of the scientific process, that should be independent of any kind of dogma outside of the one that governs the truthfulness of keeping everyone honest, basically. Testability, repeatability, logical reasoning, stuff like that.
If I may, Batman, I think that we're all largely agreeing, and I think that's why I love Albert Einstein's work so much. He puts things so eloquently. And I was going to also say, Fazio, you'll get nothing but pure agreement out of me. What we're talking about, this is my ministry. This is my my ministry. I've been on the bleeding edges of science and technology my entire career, and that's all I try to do now is try to get people to realize, hey, as much as some people want to think and have faith that there's always a scientific answer for things, no, like you're saying, Batman, there has to be a balance. Science without religion is useless. Religion without science is blind.
No, I agree on that statement wholeheartedly.
Batman might agree as well. What I'm trying to get at.
So the other thing I would add here, and Batman, just to make it clear where I'm coming from, is that when we're talking about having faith, because everybody has faith, regardless of whether they call themselves an atheist or they call themselves a theist, or whichever theist they are, right? Everyone has a level of faith, because there is no human being alive who has 100% certainty and 100% knowledge about everything that they observe, see, the reality around them. You don't have that. So you need to have faith on certain aspects of existence. If you don't realize that you have faith, that's a different matter. People may be they may fool themselves, so to speaking. I couldn't think of a better way of putting it, but
it's okay.
Yeah, but essentially, you need to have certain faith. The question is, and probably the relevant question is, do you have blind faith, or do you have faith where you accept when your faith clashes with the reality around you, and are you willing to look at other evidences or not. So that I think you and I agree with. I'm just trying to rephrase that of what you put forward, because I don't agree with the idea that you should continue believing in something which has been proven to be wrong, proven to be untrue.
Well, that's the beauty of science. And people, I can get the atheists to agree. Science, quote unquote, changes. It doesn't prove what's true or false.
It does.
It's a tool.
But Batman, I just want to make sure that at least on this level that we can have an agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. In general, like people can have faith in whatever. I'm just referring to whether I'm referring to association and motivation behind the practices that exist. Right? It is it is methodological in nature, and it is independent of any institution outside of the one the methodology that exists, right, to find the answers to questions.
You want to avoid what Galileo had to go through.
Yeah.
I like to tease atheists. Galileo's only problem was peer review. Peer review is
it's funny. It's funny, but that's actually a pretty good point.
Yeah.
Right.
I love his retort. In the sciences, the authority of thousands of opinions is not worth as much as one tiny spark of reason in an individual man. Besides, the modern observations deprive all former writers of any authority, since if they had seen what we see, they would have judged as we judge. And I think that's what again, I love Richard's points often. God reveals things in the proper time. I've heard his analogy. These are things that I learned from you, Richard. That God doesn't reveal all the truth all at once. Just like, we parents, we don't teach our kids carnal knowledge. We wait till they've reached a certain level of maturity. Then we start, same thing with these facts or whatever you want to call it, the truths of the universe, of reality, creation. It takes time, maturity.
All right. I think we're in agreement, so that's fine. But going back to my original point, which was that certain knowledge, we cannot approach it with the limitation of the fact that we live in this universe, we exist in this universe, right? And that's not going to change unless we find a way to move beyond the limitations of this universe, because we really have no ability while we exist here as we are to go to gain that knowledge. It's an impossibility.
As a space science expert and the physicists that I follow, we have done that in the last 100 years or so. We have started to be able to not only understand things beyond the material world or whatever you call it, but we're codifying it. There is math. There is supernatural. There's we refer to it as quantum information transfers between with what's commonly, well, at least in quantum physics, commonly referred to as the decoherent, aka supernatural state outside of space-time. It transferred into the coherent or natural or whatever, the temporary inside of space-time. So there's ways to describe it, to talk about it, to make the next theoretical, what do you call it, ideas, branches.
Okay.
So we are doing it, and it's been done. It's just not as common knowledge yet as some of us would like to think. Yeah, time and space don't really exist in physics.
But by the way, guys, I gotta jump off.
All right. It's a pleasure, man. Nice to see you again.
Nice meeting you guys again.
You can't leave without at least me sparking an idea for the next conversation. I had 2 questions for you.
Oh, Richard, I would love to, but I have to actually get into a call. I'll try to come back if you guys are still around. I'll try and come back.
Peace, brother.
Right.
Share the recording later. How's that? This is being recorded, right?
So I could ask everyone else anyway. But the topic was something he brought up. It spurred these questions in my mind. What is your individual, one at a time, please? And I'll just start with Hillary's because he's arranged where he is. Your religious explanation of the Fermi paradox or divine hiddenness, is that the same thing? Is it different? Why? questions like that.
I really don't have a codified explanation of that. As far as the Fermi paradox, I think that it comes down to what our expectations are. We see intelligent life all the time. It's just not the same type of intelligence that we have. With divine hiddenness, I think that some people choose. It's the same way as SETI. You know, sometimes people have that wow observation, and they've tried to say, okay, this is aliens, but then because it doesn't repeat, they say, no, it must not have been. So God might speak to them, but if he doesn't do it repeatedly, they're not going to attribute it to God. Other people, he could be standing in front of them speaking to them, and they'd still deny it.
Good point.
Batman?
The Fermi paradox. So I think the problem with the paradox is that is the definition of life that we use, and the assumption. I think it is ill-suited, and it limits us in a way that prevents us from like considering all ways how life could exist and where life could exist. So if you're assuming
more.
No.
The Fermi paradox is intelligent life. That's why I prefaced it like I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to, because like the universe is a big place, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
Compared to everything else that we see, yeah.
It's pretty big, and it's like the closest star, like, you know, it's very far away from us. So I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a major opinion on it. The only thing that I could say is that there is possibly a life constant that exists in the universe that triggers under certain circumstances. And so how that life may exist, it depends on that equation. It's something that I'm actually kind of running a little paper on. I hope to share soon. I think the intelligent life is difficult because the part of the reason why the paradox is a paradox is that we're forming it based on our assumption.
Yes.
Right. And yeah, I don't know what to think about it, to be honest.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think
that's a good answer.
That if you know, I think other life exists. It's possible. I think it's actually probably a decent chance that intelligent life exists, but I think due to the limitations that exist, or the way how the universe is set up, it prevents intelligent life from different systems from coming in contact with each other.
Follow-up question for you, Batman. What makes you think that heaven isn't a physical thing?
I think heaven is physical. I just don't think it's in this universe. We've had this conversation.
Okay. Well, I mean, pieces fall out of my mapping of you, and I have to reinstate them.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, I'm not perfect. Joel,
yeah.
You had something?
Sure. Yeah. I agree with Elon that even though some plausible ideas and possible evidence, extraterrestrial evidence, especially some artificial formations on other planets. But as soon as I see any actual evidence, Elon's going to beat me to it. He says he'll be the first to post it on X. But as far as the divine hiddenness, I think that does not exist. I think if somebody doesn't know, and I love how Einstein put it, he said he doesn't care about the this or that phenomenon on the spectrum or this or that element. He wants to know God's thoughts. The rest are details. Or Kepler's comment, he said that all science is thinking God's thoughts after him. And this is one of my favorite scriptures here. This is what the Lord says: He who made the earth, the Lord who formed it and established it, the Lord is his name. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. I think God begs us to want to know him and to know things about anything and everything. He's like, I've equated it to like working with Dad in the garage. He doesn't always give you the answer. He doesn't always make things clear unless you show interest. And then when you do, he just floods you with information. And I think you've experienced that yourself. That's my take on it.
I have I've made the comparative. Well, when this all first started for me, to your point, Joel, I was flooded with information, and I was hungry for it. I wanted it. I wanted more. I wanted more and more and more. Couldn't get enough. Just like Seven's Pattern wrote, the eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing, nor the mind with knowing. I would add to that. But I have to say that it got very close to what is probably the point of insanity, where it was like if you stood in front of a wall, and that wall represented the knowledge, and it starts, in your field of vision as just a little dot of knowledge, but it becomes this wall, and it's forever expanding outward in all directions. And I really thought that there was going to be no end, and this is just on one topic. All the knowledge is only knowledge on one topic and one topic alone. And I really thought that there was no end to it. And I think that when you inquire of something like that, and if there is no end to it, that no end is the insanity. That sounds a little bit, I don't know, abstract, whatever, but that's how I perceive it. And I was really, truly overwhelmed and truly in awe and in fear of losing my own mind when I looked out at the edges of the wall, and I could tell it wasn't flat, that in every direction there was an ever so slight curvature. And I was so glad. I was so glad.
My experience, God, again, begs us to know things, begs us to know him. And he knew that you were sincere. And he was so excited. Finally, one of my kids wants to know that. Boom.
I'm telling you, man, be careful what you ask for.
Yes. Amen.
He might just give it to you.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'm inclined to wrap this up. So I want to hear people's, I don't know, anything you felt like you wanted to say but was left unsaid, or anything like that at all. And let's start with Hillary's again, please.
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
That's very typical of you. I know you had lots of things. I know you did. Okay. Joel.
I'm good. My only other thought was, if you still want to set some time aside, I don't know if dedicated or not necessarily, to just, I miss, and then today was excellent, don't get me wrong, but I want to pick your brain. I get intellectually thirsty. And I like to focus on the science and technology of things, and I love the biblical truths that we glean from it. So it's not that I have anything else to say. I just want to continue to have that conversation, as you often say.
Yes.
Never-ending conversation.
And myself too. But the problem for me, Joel, is with everyone who's honest, I want that amount of time. Yeah. And there isn't that much.
No, we will. That's the purpose, I think, of heaven, of eternity, space time.
Will, yes, I very much look forward to sitting down with you and Einstein and listen to you guys bicker. That would be awesome.
I don't agree too much, but yeah.
Batman, closing thoughts.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I can, and even respond.
Awesome. Closing thoughts. These conversations are awesome. It feels really good to get the brain juices flowing. It's always good to get new perspectives and new ideas. I can't tell you how many like different like little papers that I'm like writing because of conversations I've had in here. I blame you, Richard.
Well, you have to blame Claire, not me. So I don't accept the blame.
You don't accept the
blame. Richard's publications, there are several hundreds, plural, of pages long.
Right? So, I definitely appreciate the different perspectives as well. And, I like to reinforce the idea that iron sharpens iron, man. It's okay to change your perspective. It's okay to, to change your beliefs as well, right? If you have proper justification, right? And that could be an individual thing. It doesn't necessarily have to do with anyone else, right? Because when you get new information, right, you should assess it. So, thank you for creating a platform that allows us to do that in a meaningful way.
Thanks for participating in that and being a big part of it too, and I thank you. Yes, facts is a piece of paper I hold in my hand. I read all other pieces of paper that I come in contact with. If I find a piece of paper with a better description of fact, I'm dropping mine. Someone else can find it. I'm picking up that one.
Science.
Truly. All right. Thank you all very much. I can't repay you, but I can say thank you and I appreciate you. And please come back for more conversations like this. I really enjoy them very, very selfishly. Peace and respect to you all.
Mutual exchange. Thank you, sir.
Joel, don't leave.
Okay.